started off with an absolute banger, had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off an emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's one. That's two there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza. It's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. Onto Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant. Rain spotted. Top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock onto Savvy. Does he get a second? He does! Onto the Bam Bam! It's the second night of the PUBG Asia Super Cup, and very much excited because not only have we got Russell Extreme Walters, former professional PUBG player, we've also got an entire stack of new teams coming in. Of course, Group B making their way in. Russell, of course, for those unfamiliar with yesterday, we had Group A and Group C. Well, Group A, they get a little bit of time off. We've got Group B and Group C tonight. Well, may as well just go straight to the explainer, and I'll kind of let you maybe run away with things here because it's not the easiest thing to follow, but once you grasp it, it's not that bad.
No, once you grasp it, it is very simple, especially if you've watched PGC before. But essentially, when you're watching these lobbies, the top 8 advance and the bottom 8 do not advance. So right now we're in the group stage. Very important to note. We still got a couple more days of that to go before we go to last chance qualifiers. And then, of course, it continues. Top 8 goes through, bottom 8 does not go through. So you're just looking for the top 8 and the bottom 8.
Yeah, obviously incentive in the group stage, which is good. You want to make top 8, go straight to the grand finals. If you don't, then there's last chance quals. We'll go to the prize pool for this particular tournament and this iteration of the Asia Super Cup. It's the same as last time in terms of the summer variation, $100,000 USD, which is an amazing prize pool. Especially when you kind of look it down the bottom, Russell, and you see that big 100K, it's a lot. Yeah, maybe in the top end, it's like only 20, 15, but that's because we reward all of these teams, even down to last place, 24th, we'll still walk away with something.
Yeah, if you qualified, you can be happy because you got $1,000 for your team, which is fantastic. And this is no amount of money to scoff at. This is a serious amount of money, especially to start the year off. This is quite fantastic. And I mean, it sets the stage, I think, for 2024.
Certainly does. I mean, me and Jordan yesterday kind of said it's a bit like a preseason boot camp for the 2024 PUBG season. We'll go to yesterday's highlights. Obviously, you weren't involved, Russell, but I know you were an avid watcher on the sidelines, especially with a couple of your good friends in the game who had actually a really good night. It was the old EXO clan. We started off, of course, on Erangel and made our way through. We'll go through the map orders later on, but it was a really solid night. NGE, you kind of see them temporarily here at the top of the leaderboard. That's kind of where their night ended. From then onwards, they only picked up 7 more points. They came out with an absolute bang, but from that point onwards, T5, EXO clan, they run away with it.
Yeah, and it's good to see EXO running away with it as well. It's good to see that. I mean, we're going to look at High Command in just a minute here, but it's good to see that he's finally being given the opportunity to show what he's capable of. Same with Akita, and Insight even had that pop-off moment as well, as you just saw. So it's fantastic to see those guys from Australia putting on a show here, at least in the group stage. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see. But I think most of the teams you'd expect to have highlights from yesterday absolutely did have highlights. Obviously, a couple of them didn't. You know, you're looking at your day trades and things like that. But everyone still has a very good chance to get some highlights going.
Yeah, we saw very briefly there Kanaxu with a big 3K as he kind of helped Burumam get into a really good position by the end of the night. Started a little slow, but they really got going. Of course, we go to the leaderboard, and this is where it can be a little bit tricky for those who didn't watch yesterday. Of course, Group B, they'll play tonight. So from 17 to 24, don't worry. If you're a fan of any of those teams, they'll get to play tonight. If you're a fan of Day Trade, though, yeah, they really are in 16th position. Only 13 points on the night overall. Russell, they had just 1 point from the first 4 matches. So yes, kind of picked it up on the last 2, but my goodness, they've got a lot to do tonight. Of course, Group C and B will go toe-to-toe. So you're kind of looking at your Bururams, your NGEs, and even your X-Men's, if you will, on top of that leaderboard. But T5 and EXO, they're sitting pretty clear. They're okay at the top end of this leaderboard. We'll see them, of course, tomorrow night. I can't imagine there's much more that they'll need to do in terms of making top 8.
No, now it's just time to learn, practice, get whatever you can done, and kind of analyze the teams around you. But yeah, I mean, if you look at that left side of the leaderboard, all those teams marked as C, PLM, and 4 Bowman down the bottom there as well, they're the ones you're going to need to look at tonight to actually get something done.
Let's have a look at some of the more individualistic stats from yesterday. The top 5 kill leaders from the group stage to begin. Of course, only those that were from Group A and C. And it was T5's new rising star from Thailand. Not that new, though. In Thanatol, he absolutely popped off, as he did with the rest of his team. Pat and Pong, not always known to be up there. Usually might be Roster Junior. You can see High Command there, though, Russell. 15 kills. He was an absolute standout.
Yeah, look, if this is finally his chance to be given an opportunity to shine truly and show us what he can do. He's had some good sub moments at international tournaments, here and there, but in his own region, I want to see him dominate. But yeah, Tanadol there. I mean, if you're playing fantasy, he's a fantastic fantasy pick this time round, but I wasn't aware there was a fantasy, so I missed out on that.
Hung Fong Du, formerly Hung Bo Ditch, of course, rounding out that top 5. We go to the groups. For Group A, they get tonight off, and they also get the benefit, and I was speaking to this yesterday with Jordan Russell, as to knowing on the final night what will be required for them, and that's something that Group C will not get. Group C has to come into tonight not actually knowing how many points will be good enough to make top 8. Something to keep in mind through the 6 games tonight. For Group B, it's the first instance in which we're going to get to see this super group, and it's a super duper group. Cerberus, Archangel, Fury, FW Esports, the Expendables, absolutely stacked, Russell.
It is incredibly stacked, and I mean, you just can't have to be scared at some of these names, right? Even some of these unknown teams, Arctic's coming out of Japan, maybe they can do something, but I mean, there's not much to say. It's a stacked group, household names, household players as well, so you got to be a little bit afraid.
You spoke about Arctics. There was 4-man Bo that actually won the first game yesterday. We're a little bit quiet afterwards. We'll go to our head-to-head matchup graphic for tonight, starting with Cerberus, the absolute juggernaut from Vietnam. Now, of course, Genius Esports, they did end up winning Vietnam Series Fall, although by only 3 points. These guys, of course, then went on to go to PGC, and boy, were they good there, Russell. Yep. 7th in the grand finals, qualified through the winners bracket, dream tournament, and a lot of it came down to Himas. Now, you go back maybe a year or so ago, it was about this revelation in Taikon when he kind of joined the roster, still young, prodigy, but Himas has just gone to another level and has become arguably one of, if not maybe the best player in all of APAC.
He set the standard to look at. Him and the rest of Cerberus have set the standard to look at when it comes to Thailand team, or Vietnam team, sorry, and they've all had their chance internationally to make their names. Himas obviously has done probably the best job out of all of them, but they've all had highlight moments. And yet the best team in the grand final out of all the APAC teams that made it to PGC last year, so that's something fantastic.
We've got a very intriguing team to look at next. From Group C, it's Savage Men Esports, also well known as just X-Men. Now, what's even more interesting about these guys is if you actually dig a little deeper, they've kind of given us the old heave-ho in terms of their names. Pain, actually Sophia. Tarnished, actually Lynn from the old infantry days. Upchen has been around also a long time, and as we know, Leo, formerly of GEX, a roster that has performed so well overseas, PGC, and of course Leo, I think, is like a 3-time Nations Cup player. These guys probably came into this particular tournament a little bit under the radar, second from Master League, started a little slow, clearly had some good fighting power, but as the night went on, we just saw some incredible gameplay, none better than really their performance on Vikendi yesterday, where I thought they absolutely handled the end game perfectly, and I thought it was the best win all night.
Well, when you change your aliases, you're bound to go under the radar just a little bit, but they are absolutely household names, especially if you're familiar with Gex and, like you said, the infantry roster. So, yeah, a team to look out for, and their performance kind of makes sense with that little bit of extra digging.
It certainly does. We'll go to the map order for those a little bit unfamiliar in terms of how we get through the games tonight. 6 games. We start with Erangel 2, then Tago, Vikendi, Miramar becomes a little bit of a map rotation fiesta. And of course, we then close on Miramar. I kind of want your thoughts, Russell, as an ex-professional player back in your era, we didn't really have a map order like this. You would either just kind of have a predominant Erangel night or a predominant Miramar night. As a player, maps 2 to 5, when you're playing Erangel, Tago, Vikendi, Miramar back-to-back, 4 different maps, that's not easy.
It's not easy, but I think it's harder when it comes to the actual practice. Getting Vikendi down, getting Tago down, making sure you know just as much about those maps as you do the OGs like Erangel and Miramar. When you actually get into game and when you're playing through it, I think I've said this before, but it should be fine. The flow is not too much of a worry. You're going to play the same way you would regardless. It's not going to shake up too much mentally. I think the most it shakes up is during practice and when you're actually trying to theory craft through Tego, theory craft through Vikendi, learn the spots, learn how it actually plays macro and micro. But yeah, no, it shouldn't be too much of an issue when you actually get into the game.
Yeah, we're going to have plenty of time to kind of discuss all things. For now, though, let's get into the game. Number one, it's Erangel for the first match of the second night of the PUBG Asia Super Cup. And hello, welcome, Group B, as they make their way in. And they'll start to pick up their first points of the tournament. For Group C, it's kind of do or die, Russell. They don't get to play tomorrow. This is it. They've got 6 more games to see whether or not they can make it into the top 8. And I was kind of theory crafting a little bit yesterday with Jordan as to not so much the numbers, because I think it's too early and too difficult to probably predict what numbers you will actually need, but maybe the amount of teams that we will see from Group B make it into the current top 8. And I was kind of speculating maybe 3 to 4 teams, because it is such a stacked lobby, and that would then push out your teams at the moment: Four-Man Bow, Unicorn Cyber, Purple Move, maybe even X-Men, NGE. They're not exactly like clear cut, whereas your Bureau Rams, your Exos, your T5s so far have done quite well. And of course, one of those teams is playing tonight in Bureau Ram United. I'm expecting them to kind of pick up where they left off last night.
I think you're pretty spot on. I think if you're in Group C, you should be a little bit worried that Group B is coming in and they have as many names as they do. I mean, those are names you'll see at the top of the leaderboard consistently across not only APAC tournaments, but international tournaments as well. So yeah, I think if you're in Group C, you're a little bit worried. And considering how many teams are just on that little cusp, yeah, I'd be scared. But at the same time, we have no idea. This is the first tournament of the year for APAC. It's hard to create storylines, even though we've learned so much from last year about these teams. It's kind of hard to create a few storylines going into 2024 just because it's fresh. Like I said to you before we went live, we've had a few months now to set the foundation for these teams. They've been practicing theory crafting. They've been doing all that they can to, when they finally get to a tournament like this, when they finally get to scrims, when they finally get to PGC and PGS qualification, well, I guess they get to see whether all they've done in the past few months actually stacks up in a real competitive lobby. And for a lot of these teams, I can guarantee you it would be a shock coming into this and having it not work. And to others, it would probably be almost equally as a shock if they, perform well after setting that foundation. Some will crumble, some won't, but there are definitely a few teams that should be scared of the teams that you just mentioned, already kind of having those foundations set and already having a solid head start going into this.
Yeah, and very quickly wanting to sort of touch on the leaderboard as well, because it could probably end up being a little bit confusing as the night goes on. Right now, it's pretty easy because all of Group B is still on 0 points. But as you can clearly see, all of those that are highlighted in that sort of dark purple, well, they're playing tonight. Those that are obviously not highlighted, well, they're not playing tonight. So your D5s, your Exos, your Unicorns, those from Group A, they're all out for tonight. So we'll kind of slowly see them descend down the leaderboard. So don't get too worried if you're an Exo fan or a T5 fan. They'll get to play tomorrow night and pick up some points. But all of those that are dark purple, they are active. They're picking up points. And then obviously as they get eliminated, I think it goes to kind of like a very light purple color. I don't know. We'll kind of touch on that as it goes on, but we'll make sure everyone's up to date. And also, for those who watched yesterday, just a little update for those who watched yesterday. Leaderboard yesterday wasn't quite functioning as it usually does for PUBG. It wasn't quite adding those placement points correctly. It is going to be doing so tonight onwards. So as we get down to the final top 8, obviously, no, those placement points will now actually count. So it should be a little easier to follow, and we'll keep you all updated with that as it goes on. Team Fury, a team that we didn't really touch on in the pre-match discussion, Russell, which I'm sure will probably please a lot of people because we always talk about Fury. It's not really Fury, though, is it? When you look at that roster with Luke 12 and Waikik and Mukau, sure, previously from the old Fury, but you might notice Flood and Sneak Attack, and it's also predominantly a kind of NA team, if you will, despite being mostly Aussies. It's kind of a throw-together team for this particular tournament, and some might be wondering why didn't Luke just join Shoot to Kill? Isn't Flood on Luminosity Gaming? Well, yes, but this tournament in particular does not have any bearing on PGC or PGC points, therefore they are allowed to play in this tournament. It goes without saying, of course, this Fury roster will not be playing together beyond this tournament as they'll go back to their respective teams.
Yeah, exactly. And they're still not a team to scoff at, I suppose, but I don't have incredibly high expectations for this team going into it. I wouldn't be surprised if they find themselves in the last chance qualifier. I would kind of expect them to qual from last chance qualifier, but I don't think any super high placement, if they were to make it to the grand final, is expected, and that's totally fair. Like you said, throw together a team, not much bearing on this regardless. They've all gone off to do other things or find other teams. They all have other commitments, but it is something that they're going to want to try, and obviously, like we said, that prize money is pretty damn good, so you're going to want to try it your absolute hardest, but yeah, not super high expectations for them. But yeah, simple reason they're just mostly throw together.
Yeah, on the flip side, ExoClan is the actual core roster. I spoke to High Command yesterday, and of course, he's now actually part of the core team. I'm actually, having spoken to him yesterday, I kind of looked at an old DM with him and scrolled up a little bit. And the last time I spoke to him was asking him if he was a permanent part of the old Monk roster, Russell, and he replied, of course, that he wasn't, and he was just kind of filling in. So now he's gone from a fill-in to a core player, and boy, did he have a really good start yesterday. Of course, they'll sit tonight out. FW Esports team that I'm very intrigued to see how they go. Of course, from Thailand, second place in the Thai series. They actually only finished 1 point behind Theraton 5, Russell, but they also played one less game. So in theory, you could probably say they should have maybe ended up finishing first. We'll never know. It's not as if they couldn't have maybe had a 0, a donut, but obviously a team, I think, with high expectations. Player that I'm looking forward to watching is probably Raze, formerly of Magic Esports, top player. Basically matched Thanatol, who's regarded as one of the best from Thailand. So really strong roster, and again continuing the theme of strong teams from Group B, including, well, of course, Archangel Predator, an ever-present team in the APAC region.
Yeah, as we were discussing before we went live, these guys have been around for a lot longer than you might think, because these are names that I'm not even entirely familiar with, but it seems like finally they've found their footing. They maybe even have found their star player, someone that they can rely on consistently to deal some damage and compete with the absolute best from the APAC region. So I'm very excited to see what they can do. I love an underdog story or a team that's unknown previously coming in and dealing some real damage. Usually those are the ones that are most exciting to watch, but I think those are our first shots fired from AAP towards the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, so far we didn't really touch on the circle. It's really central, right? Basics, center circle, Erangel, probably your stock standard. If you looked up random PUBG game on YouTube, it's probably this kind of circle. All right, over Pachinki, Potato Hills, School, etc. The Holy Trinity. Archangel Predator, yeah, they fired some shots, but they kind of do need to go in that direction. So it's always a little bit wary if you do take those shots, knowing full well that if Daytrade really want to, they could maybe sit the Yellows camp, but you could always just rotate out on the left side hill through the trees. And speaking of Daytrade, Russell, I mean,
they might need
really rough day yesterday. 13 points, 16th position for a team that attended PGC, made the finals, had a really solid tournament. They've been great for a long time. Still, that star-studded lineup, and unfortunately, they only had 1 point through the first 4 games. They were really down the bottom, basically locked in dead last for the whole night. Starting, of course, in 16th coming into tonight. They need to have a huge night if they're going to finish top 8.
Yeah, they're one of those teams you look at as an absolute shoo-in most of the time. And at international events as well, you look at, I mean, multiple teams from the APAC region, but Daytrade as well, especially. You look at them and you see them perform quite well internationally in a few very specific moments, or maybe a game here or there, and you think, okay, they're on that cusp of breaking into being a consistent team internationally and in their own region. So this is not the start they're looking for in 2024, but I mean, as we were saying as well before we went live, we're 6 games through, 6 more games. Obviously, they have last chance calls as well. And this is probably where they go, okay, maybe what we discussed in the last couple of months isn't actually working. We're going to have to change things up and get back to our old form and make sure we're actually living up to those expectations, because we don't want to start the year out not qualifying for a big event like this.
Yeah, we just saw Arctics there, by the way, momentarily. So the top-seeded team from Japan, unfortunately, Enterforce and Sun Sister had to pull out, of course, the kind of Japanese/Korean rosters from the Japan Championship. So we've got Arctics in, and it was also the case, I think, with a couple of other teams, Area 310, 3R Gaming. They all couldn't participate, so that's why we've also got 4-man Bow in this particular tournament, and they're playing again tonight, Group C. They actually won the first game yesterday. I almost called you Jordan. Russell.
What the hell, man?
Sorry, man. Well, I had Jordan on yesterday, so you can't blame me. It was,
I don't blame you.
It wasn't that long ago, not even 24 hours ago. But yeah, obviously 4-man Bow won the first game last night, but then from that point onwards, couldn't really have much of an impact. We'll continue to obviously kind of touch on all of these teams, but To be fair, this is also kind of the phase 1 circle that there's not much going on. This is the best time to probably touch on some of these teams. Game 1, night 2, we've still got 64 players alive. We've had no fighting at the 8.5 minute mark, minute 20 till phase number 2. And the reason for it, and looking at the map stream, is that pretty much everyone's quite situated. And again, with these kind of central circles of Erangel, there's just a lot of places you can really kind of cover and hide, or not hide, but sit, if you will.
I was going to say, this is one of those zones. Sometimes phase 1s, you will get early fighting because a lot of the space is kind of open with not much places to sit, but this is the exact opposite of that. There's not much water in. There's a ton of places that teams can sit, even if it means doing a wide wrap around the edge of the circle. Doesn't matter. There's going to be a spot for you to sit. Maybe a little bit dodgy for day traders. They came towards that bridge. They could have actually probably lost 1 or 2 out of that car. I think there was some damage dealt, but they eventually went past AAP. They found their spot among with every other team in the lobby. So expect phase 2 to see some action, especially if it goes north. There's a lot of teams in that kind of mid line of the circle right now that might have teams coming from the south that want to fight their way through up to the north. But for the moment, we have no idea where this is going. We're just going to have to wait.
Yeah, wait, indeed we will. And I think also for Group B teams, this is where you're coming into a lobby that's already kind of started, right? Group C warmed up from last night. They're kind of raring to go. They know what the other Group C teams kind of play like in terms of rotations and a feel for the server. Group B kind of need maybe a game or two to adjust to that. What's the pace like? How are teams playing? Are they aggressive? Are they giving space? Are they looking to scout aggressively and then push off that information? Big circle shift down to farm, though, and not quite the hardest of hard shifts, but very much in that kind of framework over towards farm, Snake Way. Good positioning, but we lose a lot of kind of city play, right? No more Roshawk, no more School, no more Watertown, no more Pachinki. We're in a really big position now where it's going to be farm, Potato Hill, those kind of areas I think are going to see a lot of play, maybe even down towards the coastline, considering how many teams are on that southern side of the circle.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you look at the map, that farm destination is incredibly desirable. It's on the soft side of zone. It's far away from all the other teams that would have been in the center right now. Look at that. Everyone's going to go for some sort of wide wrap to maybe try and get there. There's some teams that are going to be able to play the hill next to where Buriram is, like Armory Gaming, but a lot of teams are going to be able, or going to want to do a wide wrap to get to farm and the places on the south because they're so good to play out of. But for the moment, it looks like there's going to be a lot of action on the north. Carly's taking some shots, but only hits one. Never mind. I will eat my own words. That was actually pretty clean. Slow-moving car, but you still got to give him some credit.
Yeah, I mean, those shots are not always the easiest. I will say, though, with time, you just got to shoot your shot, and eventually you'll get a couple of those knocks throughout your career, right? So you just got to take those shots, gets rewarded. Good start for Carly, good start for Arctic. They did lose a play early, and hi, Saki. That's not ideal. It's KDR from the future getting that knock. Doesn't get the flush immediately, but no one else for NGE in a good position to actually go for that res. NGE, we kind of touched on a little bit. They had that dream start yesterday where they were utterly dominant. 37 of their current 44 points from match 1, match 2. And yeah, very unlikely that Hisaki is going to get revived. Sololzi's been taken out as well. And I guess that hard shift that we saw for phase 2 causing a lot of these kind of rotational fights to occur.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of what I thought would happen, except it's happening a lot closer towards Snake than I thought. No one's really going for the coast. No one's opting to go towards the docks and take that southern coastal road, but maybe someone will eventually. But yeah, right now, not good for Cerberus. Lost a couple. They're one of the teams we have super high expectations for, but coming into game 1, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, at least on a circle like this. Maybe I guess this is just a situation where they thought maybe it would be a little bit more free than it actually was. When you look at the map, there's a lot of teams in and around that area that can take shots from afar and disrupt Cerberus's plans. But they can still do damage with 2. We've seen it before, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see it again.
Yeah, and actually one of the notes I've got for Hakai, and a rather unfortunate one, is that either he dies first or last. Not much in between for him. I guess that's what you can probably get from some of the more aggressive players, and a player that obviously performed very strongly in the Vietnam series. So if you're going to be the kind of player on the team that's going to be frontline, trying to get early contact, maybe go into the aggressive positions, that you're either going to be first because you just happen to lose your life, or you're probably last because you've killed everyone else. So there's no in between. Fury, we do get to see them momentarily make their way in, and they've kind of gone towards that soft side of the zone. No one's pushing to farm just yet. They'll be able to scout this. So Fury actually probably arguably one of the best positions because they can kind of look towards Prio and see that no one is there. They'll be able to just play as aggressively as they want. They can either play kind of like outside of farm, or they can just look to take the compound for themselves.
Yeah, I really thought we'd have more teams end up close to where Fury is on that eastern side, but we didn't. Like you said, they're pretty much alone. Buriram's the other one, or the other team there that's kind of looking around them and not really getting much info. Most of the teams are to the north or fighting through the center right now, as you can see on the map as well. Cerberus, they lost 2, but they end up in a decent spot, still in a decent spot on that shift, but that is quite rough. Fury going to have a lot of space to play into near the beach, but a lot of those teams on the north, they keep getting shifted away from. One of those frustrating moments in PUBG where you're just hoping for at least one circle to go your way, but they don't. So Armory Gaming and a couple other teams near them, they're going to have to send it all the way south. Are they going to fight this hill? Are they going to do a wide rotate and just send it towards the beach, hope for the best? Do they have like a send towards Snake that they want to do? Just send it into like the Prio, or any of the buildings there, really? We have absolutely no idea. Armory, though, looks like they're opting to stop. Jame, maybe we can get a little bit of Jame time here. They haven't really found their footing yet, though. Only Cerberus is a 2-man in that compound. If they identify that, they could avoid the entire Brew flank. But they're not going to be able to get the info just yet.
Yeah, seeing Cerberus here down to 2. Other thing to note, Huang Long is in as the substitute. Him as the best player is not actually playing. So from bad to worse, where I don't know the circumstances as to why Himas is not actually in at the moment, but they are playing with a substitute, and they are also 2 players down. Despite good position here for Cerberus, I hear a lot of gunfire and a lot of teams rotating around them. It's probably going to be a very scrappy kind of game, and the best teams, as they are, still find ways to maybe pick up 2 or 3 points from a scenario like this. They might even get one here. One shot to land on a very fast-moving UAZ. Won't connect with the Mark 12 for Huang Long, but regardless, could still look to pinch a couple of points from a position such as this, with the way the phase 3 circle ended up shifting NGE bad to worse. And also, Russell, it was Erangel yesterday that NGE had their standout performances. So I was kind of hoping coming into tonight, for their sake, it was going to be Erangel once again, not to be just the 2 kills down to 1 player now.
Yeah, if you got that in the back of your head, you're really hoping that you've ironed out whatever problems you had on the other 3 available maps we're playing with, because if Erangel's not going to go your way, then you've got to do well somewhere else. And luckily, you've got Tego, Vikendi, maybe some throwaway maps for some other teams to do well on, but last night they didn't exactly do that. So hopefully they can pick it up in the next game. Arctics was one of the teams I wanted to look at and see if there was anything to kind of highlight them with, because when teams come out of Japan, it's hard to give them credit. Japan's kind of one of those regions in PUBG that you have a couple top teams, you know, Sun Sisters, one of them, E36, obviously recognizable names, but there's a lot of other teams and players that we just don't get to see often from Japan. So hopefully Arctics is one of those teams that can show something coming into this lobby tonight.
Yeah, 3rd in the Japan Championship, so certainly a more than capable team. So we've gone down 11 players. We've also now gone down 1 team, NGE, last place. And I know I've said it a couple of times, but they've only got 5 more games now. So that's them out already. Not the best of starts for a continuation from last night. And I'll also say, the negative for Group C, Russell, is very much that they don't know how many points they need because they don't play tomorrow. But the benefit is you also get to play back-to-back nights, whereas Group B might come in a little cold.
Yeah.
Your Group C, they know the lobby a little bit better. And for NGE to go out this early, not a good look for them. We'll see if they can bounce back in the next game. Certainly a couple more still to be had for them to pick up points if required. Buriram, Edie, and it looks like PXS are actually taking a bit of a fight. That's going to be Pixel Star, and I'm trying to figure out that's top left corner of the map, and that is going to be Pixel Star most likely wiped out, as we kind of came over and saw that they only had the 1 player left standing. And Buriram kind of do what Buriram does best, Russell. It's another edge of zone kind of situation where they kind of sweep, clean up some kills. And to be fair, it was also only the 2 players that were playing off of each other. I think it was Edie and Nordra. Knaxi and Can actually picked up a good little house building over towards Snake. So they did a good job as a duo to clean out Pixel Stars. They'll be the 2nd team then wiped out, as we're down to 13 teams remaining.
Buriram have to be careful, though. Armory Gaming, I thought they might get caught out by Buriram coming in from that dirt road angle, but it looks like Armory has completely caught out Buriram. They are now stuck, but like you said, luckily the rest of Buriram have something to play inside the zone, so they're going to leapfrog right ahead of Armory Gaming. Probably take the spot that Armory would have taken if they had all that info to begin with. So Buriram kind of avoid disaster there. Imagine if they had lost those 2 up on that dirt road when the other 2 already had a solid position in zone. That's a devastating way to start your game. A little bit of a send for Nan to get to the rest of his team. He was up high on that shack to get as much info as he could before the blue hits him. And it looks like AAP is going to want to take the fight towards Fury, who have been on edge this whole time, just by virtue of their position in the zone. They were on the softened side, so they haven't had much action. but they're about to have to push deeper and deeper into the circle, and they've got a couple competitors to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably the one team out of the entire lobby that wasn't happy when it shifted away from farm. Everyone else would have been quite happy to play around Snake. Up Chen, okay, on the move. Nice seat swap, could hit these shots, not the easiest. James did get tagged up once. Jumped down mid really nicely behind the tree. Good movement, but Timothy just has a better angle. Not much more that Up Chen really could have done in that situation. There goes Payne. And I am just going to have to call them really by the names that they're now actually utilizing. As we said earlier, it's basically half of the old GEX roster. Leo, well, he hasn't got a new name, and he's still playing like the same old Leo that we know and love. Trying to maybe salvage this scenario for X-Men, one of the highlighted teams coming into tonight after having a very solid night number one. Nate to try and clear out Shanks after he was knocked by Hayasaki. A lot of the work done, though, anyway, by Leo. And obviously Dimmer, he's just going to come around and clean up at the backside. So 4 kills for Armory Gaming. We'll see if they can get Shanks back up, but it's a heavy no. Leo gets that kill. So down to just 2 remaining for Armory Gaming, and Leo's done well to salvage some points for X-Men.
Yeah, looked like Armory was kind of caught off guard by that X-Men sense. I feel like once they saw Buram leave, they imagined that that was the last team they would have had to deal with on that edge. But then out of nowhere came X-Men, and they lose 2-4 what was previously a super solid position for them. They can even use this to fight down south if they had 4 up now. But X-Men threw a spanner in the works, and you can see Brew. They smell blood in the water, and I mean, first they're going to have to deal with Leo. He's being a little bit of a snake right now. He's probably going to try to get 1 or 2 before he goes down, but then the rest of Armory Gaming are Buriram's next target. This is shaping up to be a pretty heavy kill game from Buriram, as long as they don't get caught out running up that hill, as long as they don't lose anyone to the 2 remaining teams up north.
Yeah, just ticking over the 20-minute mark now. Expendables on our screen. So Brownie is in as well. So Duck Juice 777. And a team that does like to rotate their roster.
Oh, yeah.
Russell, as you very much seen. Brownie, Ninja 2K, Tanbu, Delwyn. I think they're the usual ones that do get rotated. I think 777 and Duck Juice are probably more locked in. But yeah, 6-man roster. And Brownie getting the go to start for the Expendables. No kills yet. Player dead. He will get rid of Leo. He was the solo left alive for X-Men. They only pick up the 2 points. Not the best of starts. And very much while we're at this point in the night, for those that are maybe looking at the leaderboard, again, if you can just notice that little faint purple hue that's behind the teams that are playing tonight, but they're out, you can kind of notice which ones aren't playing tonight, which ones are. Purple Mood, and now Fury. Blood picks up the double kill. Danoa with an 8 though, in a really good position, and he can look to clean this fight up. Luke 12, not, as you can see to the right, Danoa not too worried about him just yet. They want to get rid of Blood very much below Danoa, and he is going to actually just go straight into the fire. Not sure why that was the case. He just goes straight in. It's Thunders that's left alive for Purple Mood. Where even is Flood?
He's down in the bunker. There's a bunker there now, my friend. A lot more cover in this shack than there was previously. I don't know what the hell happened. I think Fury came up from the south. They tried to take that shack and that bunker as probably their last-ditch effort, and Purple Mood sat in that house, realized that it was an opportunity for them to get 4 free kills on a Fury that had just finished rotating, but it didn't go at all the way Purple Mood would have wanted it to. You would think that a couple pieces of utility, some Molotovs, some nades, and Fury would die just like that. And to be fair, there were 3 knocks on Fury in the feed before we saw anything back from Fury. But still, it ends with mutual destruction. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, well, 2 kills for Fury. It's at least something from a position that they were probably unlikely to get much more from. 6 kills for just Edie on Buriram. He's knocked though. Canaxi blows the tire, looking for some more cover because he's getting shot from underneath the Darcia. Smart play from him. He's got the rock to play off, and it looks as if it's momentarily worked. No more shots onto him. He hasn't been knocked. FW Esports, the ones that are putting the pain onto the other Thai team, and of course for Buriram, this is the dream start, Russell. For a team that's already Group C, you can clearly see 6 kills. Yeah, they've still got 3 players up. They should, from here, be able to make top 8, depending on what FW Esports elect to do. If they do want to push this, but it would be a very aggressive push to do on the right side of this very small hill. I think for now they're just playing this quite fine, using the tree lines. They know they can play back south. They've got 6 acts as the anchor, so they can kind of push back if needed. Buriram are the one that probably feel like they've got to push into this, or at least get to a better position to fight.
Yep, I was going to say, I feel like FW have full control of this situation. They can either push up and probably get it done, or they can sit back and get it done. Either way, they've got the advantage, and Buriram, with only 2 members left alive now, it's going to be quite difficult. Maybe they have to take out Banana One first. He's the one on that wide angle, but if FW continues their performance, then it doesn't look like he's going to go down. He's got that foldable shield as well for cover. Nordra, he's caught in between two of them. A little bit of an extension on either side of this tree, and he goes down for sure. You kind of want to see FW push up here, but a knock in the backside. Sixax goes down to Dahlia. Now they might have to reconsider this, kind of lock it down a little bit, make sure that Buram doesn't push off that knock. Make sure they can save their brethren, but he's gone down. So weakened now, but still in a pretty damn good position. Or maybe not, actually. I'm looking at four-man Bo coming up behind. More strong. Oh, it was looking good for FW a minute ago, and now it's looking a little dodgy.
Yeah, and that's where some indecision probably comes to play the part. You want to take that fight with Buram. Yes, you got the anchor. Anchor dies. Now suddenly your backside is very vulnerable, and they're getting pinched here at the western side of Snake. Raze with a chance. He couldn't quite get the shots to fully land. There you go. Second peak. Perfect from Raze, although he does get traded by Can. Oh, Buram down to just Banana 1 for FW Esports, the OG of this particular roster. Dragunov in hand. But just the solo from what looked like a commanding position to now just potentially 8th. Indeed it is. Four-man Bo. Four-man strong, but not really. They've lost Dahlia. Rayra needs to get revived, and there's a knock onto Nissi from Can. He wants a little bit more for Buram, knowing that he is the solo, to see what he can just get from this scenario. As we go over towards Hisaki, servers have done pretty much what I kind of asked of them earlier at that snake position here at the compound. Can they scrape together a couple of points? The answer to that has been yes. They'll get some placement points. 1 kill through your on run. Apparently he's an academy player, courtesy of Saga. And Hisaki has played this well, jumping out of the building. I don't even know if they're fully aware, but they've cleared the building now and would very much know that he has gotten out of here. Yeah, running circles around RXC at the moment. Skill on display. They know what's safe, what's not. They're going to play the house that they have, and RXC will play the Prio, the Sugar, whatever you want to call it, whichever region you're from. But it's going to be, I mean, they're just going to be chilling for the moment. Neither team wants to go out. There are placement points on the line. All of them, of course, added to the leaderboard. And so Cerberus is kind of contesting with RXC at the moment, just to see who can survive the longest. But the way this circle's shaped up, you can guarantee that if both those teams have to leave, it'll be a bloodbath just to try and scrape that extra placement point. And TE, they're on the side of this as well, looking to get some third party, and you know that they can just peek over that ridge, and if anyone's in the middle of that compound out in the open, they'll be able to take that free kill. But for the moment, we're just going to have to wait. Not long, though, because it has shifted away from that compound. And someone like Can, someone like Thunders, they even day trade off to that southwest. They're going to be looking up north here, trying to get as much as they possibly can from all these teams. Incredibly impressive from Buram. 11 kills, still just the one player alive in Can, but probably could go for a solo play, because the only other player that's close by is actually Thunders for Purple Mood inside of the zone. Huang Long, though, does have sightlines on Can's position, knows of his location. Of course, they've got more pressing matters in Rapsiak Esports. Lowest Vietnamese team in terms of seeding coming into this tournament, replacing Genius Esports. But what is a very heavily wounded lobby. No teams with 4 alive. Only 2 teams with 3 up in the Expendables and Day Trade. And Day Trade need these points. So, nice shot from Tan Vu, though. Catching Neurons inside of the smoke. Pretty easy spray down from there, knowing that they're all kind of huddled up inside of the smoke. It's a really smart option to just kind of spray that down. He does get rewarded for it, and now they're out in the open. That smoke is dissipated. Neurons hasn't been able to get revived. Balmoth now falls down as well. So Brownie capitalizes along with Tambu. Unfortunate for Day Trade, but they'll be down to just the one player. Dark Juice gets involved for the Expendables after Tambu got knocked down. I think that was RXC peeked over the hill, the top of that hill outside the compound. They do lose that battle, but here comes Isaki and Cerberus. They come out as well to maybe go for a late third party just after the fact that Expendables wiped out RXC. They pushed at the right time, knowing that they're a little bit vulnerable. Nice shot, though, from the low ground position for Duck Juice. That is not an easy shot, with smoke billowing in front of his face as well. Down to 20 health and not a lot of time. And the blue he goes, he dies to it, and in the end, the Expendables out in 5th. And we've got a lot of solos remaining. 3 1v1s. Oh my gosh. Cerberus gets taken out as well at the end of that, finally. They do claim that 4th spot, which I guess is probably all they can really ask for from that position. Losing too early, getting multiple kills, and then coming 4th is a fantastic effort. And you're right, all solos. Day Trade need these points desperately. Purple Mood needs to show how much of a threat they actually are. And Brew,
Well, they needed a lot coming into today, and they're showing that they've got a lot. Can has been in this fantastic position since that chaos on the eastern side. You wouldn't expect it, but as a solo, he's come out on top. Thunders has had to back off from all that and sit in the shack, just bunker down. He's got no info. He's been able to gather nothing. Can's got the high ground now. Pooch is stuck at this house. He's on the low ground. Got 5 kills to his name too. Him and Edie carrying this game for Battlegrounds. So out of all that chaos on the east, he comes out on top. And in an end game like this, when it's just 1v1s, he's got all the power in the world to wait for Pooches and Thunders to kill each other before he does anything.
Yeah, I remember for Can as well, it's only his second official tournament. Made his debut back in the PUBG Thailand series at the end of 2023. A player that has been so influential for this Battlegrounds roster since making his debut. And now in a position where he's had another very impactful game. 5 of the 11 kills. Still alive. And in an okay position as well. I mean, high ground advantage, though Poochels could kind of look towards his location. Thunders at the shack is well known. I mean, you're also in a position here. Poochels knows probably where the last 2 players are. Can maybe less so of that particular knowledge. He should know where Thunders is. I didn't quite see if he knows where Poochels is. Although the way he's playing this tree, I think that might just give away the answer. Thunders is the one who has absolutely no idea. He's been sitting inside of that shack. He's had no real visual confirmation.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny how they're playing this, because it seems like all these solos are coming from fights that are so disconnected to the positions they're in now that Can is unaware that he can just step onto that dirt road, maybe get eyes, use that tree to his right to LOS towards Pooches. So yeah, not all 3 of these players not entirely sure about the information. You saw Pooches looking towards that crate, and that's a little bit of information. In fact, that's okay. All right. Show what you got, Thunders. Get that nade, take him out of position. That corrugated fence is nothing against those grenades, and Thunders takes full advantage of it. Now, finally, Can is up against this crate.
Yeah, knows exactly where he is, wants to play the front angle as soon as Thunders is to come out. Wait, hang on a second. He's holding right side of this smoke. For a split second, he is maybe expecting him to be running across this smoke line, but he hasn't moved at all.
Not yet.
Thunders is just throwing out all of these smokes. He's probably got some death boxes around this location. You can see how many UAS is here. He knows exactly where Can is. Now Can still knowing that Thunders is at the shack, but he is actually respecting the smokes quite aggressively, knowing that Thunders can play them and run out at any given time. Did he just spot him? I don't think so. We have the X-ray on. Of course, we can see a lot better than what Can see, but he still was able to land a tag inside of that smoke. Can, for Battlegrounds United, to find the win after they had a tremendous finish last night. They actually finished first on Miramar, then second on Miramar. This would be another top 2 finish, 3 in a row for Battlegrounds. That talk of consistency that we've seen from a team of this stature for years is still there. Thunders to peak though. Oh, the headshot does land, but not enough. Can just a little bit sharper. And the new age comes through strong for Battlegrounds United. Can with a solid solo effort, 12 kill win, and it's their second win in 3 games. And the 3rd game in a row where they make the top 2. Battlegrounds has officially awoken at this tournament.
Yeah, better late than never. And you could see after all of that on the eastern side of the zone, Can ended up in one of the best positions you can get in a solo. It didn't really matter that he didn't have all the information in the world. He made do with what he had, and the lines of sights in that end game were pretty self-explanatory. He had the high ground, just look down towards the house and the shack, and you can get all the information you need. And after those smokes were thrown, he had pretty much all the info he needed on where that last player was, and it's a pretty easy headshot and kill from there.
Yeah, fantastic performance for Battlegrounds. They started yesterday a little bit slow, especially on their errant goal. They didn't pick up that many points. In fact, I think it was like 6 points from the 2 games of errant goal. They've more than done the job here to start for this particular errant goal. Big win for them, especially for Can. And I mean, I will say it kind of worked out for Can, especially as a solo who was a solo for some time, that the lobby shaped up that it ended up in that kind of solo standoff. Could have very easily seen maybe a couple of other teams maybe have a higher strength of numbers that he had to deal with, but didn't shape up to be that way. And I will say, though, to be fair, it was a pretty wounded lobby for like the last 5 to 10 minutes anyway. So really fun game. Started slow phase 1, central circle. No surprise, Russell, but lots of sort of ping-ponging of that circle, causing a lot of rotational fights and clearly causing a lot of issues for teams.
Yeah, you can see a team like TE was desperately trying to get or to maintain the advantage they had. I mean, when we looked at it, they had 3 man alive and no one else did. So they have the advantage there, but mistiming and a good execution from Cerberus just ended in their demise. And then, yeah, we ended up with 3 solos.
Yep. Yeah, it certainly did. All right, we're going to head to a break. Another game of Erangel on the other side.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but there it's on 5. If they get away with this.
Hang on, this nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in this tech-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a battle-ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
was a perfect start for Battlegrounds United here for night number 2 of the PUBG Asia Super Cup. They had a really strong finish last night on Miramar, first, a second, and then they start tonight off with another win, Russell, and basically solidifies they'll likely make top 8 from here, considering they've still got 5 more games. They're on top of the leaderboard. I don't see a world in which they would miss out.
No, once you've gained this momentum and when you already have that bank of points to lean back on, and when you're a team like Battlegrounds, nevertheless, yeah, you can almost be certain they're going to qualify. They're a team that you kind of notice goes with the flow of momentum. Once they get it, it's hard to let it go.
Yeah, certainly so. Of course, for Battlegrounds United, a big reason why they won, well, firstly, was Edie. He had 6 kills, but Ken ended up with 10, and obviously was a player that was able to then withstand as the solo and got them the win to close things out. A magnificent performance for him, so I thought he was clearly a really impactful player in that particular game. Evidently so by the fact that he won as a solo. Sure, it was against other solos, but that doesn't take away anything. He was tremendous for a player that still doesn't have a whole lot of that experience either, only making his debut back in Thai Series number 2, this being his only second tournament, and for Battlegrounds to be at the top of the leaderboard. It's good signs for them and their future.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sign of a good player to be put in a good position and then be able to execute on it, not cake it, not mess it up. He had everything he needed to have to win that game, and he played it as perfectly as you can ask him to play
certainly.
it. So
Let's get into the second game because we have already begun. We don't want to wait too much longer. It's going to be the Erangel game coming up soon. Battlegrounds winning the first one. After this, though, then we go to Tago, Vikendi, Miramar, and so forth. So what that means from here, Russell, is we kind of enter the map roulette, if you will. 4 maps in 4 games.
Yeah, look, as we said at the top of the show, it's not going to shake up things too much for a player point of view, unless you overthink it completely. Maybe there are a couple players or a couple teams that are actually affected by such a shake up in maps, but I don't think it's going to be the case for the most of them. As I said, the flow is entirely normal, and once you get on Tago/Vikendi, you're playing exactly how you would in scrims.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think that for especially these players now, Tago's been in for quite some time, so teams are a little bit more rare as to how it plays. And also Vikendi starting to get to that point too, especially for the teams that played at the back end of last year. So it's probably no excuse for teams that don't want to put the time in to learn those particular maps. But clearly the best teams are able to play on all of these variational maps. So yeah, next 4 games should be a lot of fun. I kind of like it as a viewer as well. Really mixes things up rather than just playing like 3 games of Erangel in a row. We do now get into this little period of the night where it's always something different, and that keeps it fresh from an entertainment perspective and a viewership perspective.
That's all you really want when they add new maps into PUBG esports. It's kind of why I'm excited for all the new maps that they've been introducing to eventually be added to esports, as long as the players think that they are competitively viable. Obviously, that's the most important aspect. If they are not competitively viable and the players say so, then you should definitely consider whether or not you should add them. But yeah, Tago is definitely competitively viable. Vikendi less so, but players have been able to manage their expectations on it, I suppose, and figure out how it plays. A lot of the things that were added last year or recently in the last couple of years, like the Panzerfaust, like the emergency parachute, and a couple of the other additions that really shook up comp, they're no longer new. You know, last year we were calling them new. They are no longer new, and we shouldn't really see them as such. Now they're things that are just part of the game, like Vikendi. These are things that players are used to now. They played them in the best international settings that they possibly can, so they know how they work at the very top of the ladder. And I mean, there's no surprises anymore, right? Unless someone gets like a Panzerfaust out of a glider in midair in a PGC setting, we're not going to be super surprised, right? They are not new. They're just part of the game now.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. So we head into our second game of Erangel. We'll see a little bit of Tago and Vikendi to come after this. So for now, we'll keep the focus here. Battlegrounds United off to a perfect start after the perfect finish last night. We'll see if they can continue on, having now basically taken the top spot on the leaderboard. They've put themselves in the perfect position to continue on going into the grand finals. As for Group B teams, in terms of game number 1, Russell, no one really set the lobby alight. I think the highest points total from Group B in that first game of the night was actually just 8 points. So we didn't really see anyone from Group B sort of come out and take the lobby by storm, if you will, which, I mean, for a group, I think that is incredibly stacked, arguably probably the most stacked group. I was a little bit surprised, but I guess it's just first game kind of scenario where you might just take a little bit of time to kind of get your feet wet and kind of figure what the lobby's going to play like. So we'll see how game number 2 does transpire. Of course, for one of the top teams in Cerberus, 1 playing with an academy player, but 2 losing 2 players early on meant they were quite limited. Still picked up a couple of points anyway in that particular game. Playing path from the eastern side over to the west, rather central. Fury, a team that I thought had a really good position early on, ended up kind of getting undone by this particular team in Purple Mood Esport, who also kind of was their own undoing. So a bit of sloppiness in the last game. We'll see if they can maybe refine things.
A bit of a sloppy early game as well, or it could end up being sloppy, as Arctics have dropped very, very, very close to Fury. Probably both ult drops on a plane path like this, but it looks like they're only kind of close to each other. They know exactly where each other's going to be, and it's just, I guess, whether or not they want to take fights. Arctics looks like they're a little bit spread. Fury has kind of grouped up with 2, at least Cal and Luke together, and that circle, I mean, it's actually kind of fantastic for both Arctics and Fury. Not so much for every single other team on the east, but those 2 teams at least on the west, along with AAP, 4-man Bow, and Pixel Stars, yes, up in Georgia Pole. They're going to be absolutely loving life. And there's Flood finally getting one onto Arctics. I didn't think that was going to happen because they were leaving this engagement, but Flood did manage to catch one out.
Yeah, Flood always likes to be aggressive and go for these early kills if possible. And he also picked up a couple to close out that last game. I think when Purple Mood were pushing on his location, I think he got like 2 kills or so. Not bad for Flood. Again, from Luminosity Gaming, basically just kind of filling in for this tournament as it has no PGC bearings. And yeah, Fury, the kind of game where they were the only team in the lobby that were probably not happy with the way the circle shifted phase 2 onwards, because it just kept kind of pushing away from them. So like, sorry, phase 3 onwards, because phase 2 shifted onto the farm. They were near farm. They got to scout that out. They would have been able to play prior. And then phase 3, phase 4, phase 5 was just like move away, move away, move away. And it's always the worst feeling when you're playing and the circle does shift kind of away from you constantly, 3 circle shifts in a row, and you're just having to play catch up the whole way through. Eventually you have to then play a shack, and in this case the bunker, and then you just kind of fall apart. So not much what they could do. From a central game though, for game number 1 tonight, we do go towards the North Georgia Pool region for game number 2. I don't get to cast Georgia Pool much these days. I feel like it's always around the eastern side of Erangel, but yeah, that's pretty much where we're going to be heading for the second and last game of Erangel tonight.
Feels like as well, every time you do get a Georgia Pole, it ends up going south, which is a circle we've seen hundreds and hundreds of times before. Well, those northern ones, the ones towards Zaki, they become quite exciting because there's not much playable space. And as psychotic as it is to enjoy something like that, as a spectator, when the players aren't given much playable space, it does become quite entertaining to see just how much they can really grab just every inch they have to utilize. But we're getting ahead of ourselves because right now the circle 1 is quite big and we have no idea whether it's going north or south. And probably neither do these players, although there are a few spots on this map that you can play to ensure you're safe no matter where it goes. But so many teams coming from the east, which means the things like Delivery Bridge or Cube Bridge, whatever you want to call it, and a lot of spots towards Watertown and things like that, they're going to be taken. This isn't a plane path where a lot of teams ended up on the west, and teams coming from the east have lots of options as to how they want to rotate, whether it goes north or south. Every kind of intersection point is going to be contested and it's going to be taken. So we're going to see a lot of fights on that east.
Yeah, double parachute pickup here. 1 for Armory Gaming, 1 for From the Future. So they'll be able to make their way over towards that Georgeport region. You can kind of see Armory just waiting for their pickup. So it's going to be, they'll be actually flying right next to From the Future. And actually Armory Gaming are kind of watching, there you go, they were watching their FTF also making their parachute pickup too, just in front of them. So I'll be slightly behind. I don't even know where you would drop in this kind of position. Do you just go straight for North Georgia Pole, play the fields north of them? You could go try and maybe scout out some locations. Like, there's so many benefits and also negatives to this. Firstly, the negative being a lot of teams can kind of see you make the rotate in, they can shoot at you. The benefit is, of course, you get to scout areas out and see what's available.
It's one of those circles where you would really assume a team is going to wait until they can time it perfectly for when circle 2 pops, and then they know whether they're going to get off the parachute and go north or go south. But yeah, 2 teams, which is fascinating, have opted to just go straight for it into circle 1. And if they choose the wrong side, if they choose north, it goes south and vice versa, then that emergency parachute isn't going to be as successful as they wanted it. And as you said, everyone can see them, everyone can shoot at them, and I mean, I guess they're going to go for Georgia Pole, maybe crate, something like that. They probably want to position themselves so they can change up where they go, but I just don't know.
Yeah, I'm just giving them a watch and seeing how far they take this. You could go even towards Zaki at this point, considering it's a little bit more to the north side with this circle. Thunders over towards loot delivery, watching the expendable strike by Duck Juice. Well, I think he's a little unfortunate to survive there. Thunders not able to complete with the spray of the org up close. Oh, Volt is good, but he's just mistimed it in towards the building. What a shot, Duck Juice!
Okay.
Oh, the timing on all of that for him has gone in his favor. Thunders would be kicking himself. Purple Mood lose Ascalusia. They lose loot delivery. Flocky and Thanawa, they weren't even there. And Purple Mood are going to come out second best. The Expendables have done really well in that fight.
They've done absolutely fantastic in that fight. They didn't have the advantage there. It looked like they caught them completely off guard. And that vault through the window, it did look good, but it wasn't good enough in the end. Duck Juice with that 90-degree flick out that window. Absolutely stunning stuff. X-Men up on the north here. I mean, if this goes north, they're in a really solid position. This is a compound that can get breached, but they have no interest in staying here because it is a bit too far north. They're not able to get info on the middle of the circle, so they'll take some pot shots from the future off in the distance there and then move all the way down south. Leo and Upchen are going to be the ones to get as much info as they possibly can, because imagine this does go south. X-Men have nothing. Too many bridges, cities, and hills in front of them to get anything, so they need to get down there and start getting some info.
Of course, reminder, Pain is Sophia, Tarnished is Lin, Leo is Leo, and Upchen is Upchen. For this Savage Man Esports roster. But yeah, Purple Mood, they just got sent back. They'll have to play Southside near Everest, AAP. Good position over towards Hospital. If, and it's a big if, it goes south for the Phase 2 circle shift. In terms of the ratio is probably the right way to frame it here, Russell. I think it's kind of 60-40 to north. Like, if I was a player in this scenario, I'd probably favor north side.
Yeah, you absolutely would. You're not wrong. Which is why we saw the emergency parachutes go that way. You can't really blame them. I mean, this is also one of those circles that it's probably going to end around where NGE is sitting right now. LPL_play for the map stream if you want all that information. NGE sitting on the northeastern side of the circle at the moment. Very spread, as they should be when they have this much control. But yeah, you can very well see it ending up there. With the amount of space they have, they might even do well. Fury, looks like they tried to come up this way, but I think all the information they've gathered, I think they can see probably the 2 or 3 teams that are ahead of them in South Georgia, and they're thinking, nah, we don't want anything to do with that. It's not worth it. We're going to lose way too many people on rotate. That bridge is going to be camped on the southern and the northern side. Probably not worth it. They're going to have to play the waiting game, though, because if they choose to rotate all the way to the south and choose a different way to go, you know, a spot they don't have info on, then it could be equally as risky. So I'm not thinking Fury's in such a good spot right now.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Sometimes you feel like you're in a bad spot and then it becomes a good spot, vice versa. Under a minute until we get into phase 2 for Thanawa and Flucky. It's just a matter of hoping for the best, hoping for that southern shift, and then they can kind of play this position and basically just sit and hold. If it does go south, though, this compound is also very crashable, so it's not really going to be that safe haven. Capybara for Pixel Stars, ambitious with the Draken off, but you may as well take the shots where you're just sitting here waiting in the apps of North Georgia Pool. 4-man boat, don't know if we touched on it, but they're playing the Georgia Pool Bridge. 2-2 split on either side, very common for this kind of circle. Some team is usually going to get that kind of location. I don't know if I'd label it as prio, but it's definitely the best kind of play that you can make if you do want to play for that north-south split. That's really one of the more priority kind of locations. So they've been able to wrangle that. So they're playing South Georgia and North Georgia, and they'll be able to then cross the bridge really safely. 5 seconds till phase 2. We'll see which way this is going to pop. I'm anticipating kind of that northeasternly fashion. It doesn't. It actually sends us up on to Georgia Pool phase 2, and obviously for phase 3 it doesn't have to get rid of the water. It can still then go south, but again, kind of like phase 1, it's still that kind of 60-40 split, maybe closer to 70-30 though in this instance, and shaping up for that kind of North Georgia field kind of finish.
Yeah, and you can see AAP straight on the emergency parachute. They're going to send it all the way north. They had that in the back pocket the whole time, which is fantastic play from them. Now they know exactly where it's going to go. You were hoping the first 2 teams that are using the emergency parachute were going to do something like that, but their gamble has paid off. It has gone north, and now all the chaos begins. There are only so many places you can go to get from the south to the north. Right now, Teddy, he is in a world of hurt. X-Men, they've got no one to worry about behind them, so they can take this fight fully for free, and Upchen gets done. Teddy goes down, and not enough backup. The rest of his teammates are way too far, and they're even backing off straight in the cars. They're just going to find somewhere to sit and bunker down.
Yeah, from the future, we spoke about them at the start of the night, maybe expecting a little bit more from their night one performance. Didn't come through, hoping night two would better just ever so slightly. Not the best of starts here on Aaron Cole. It's Bao LP with a knockdown onto Hung Fong Du. Brownie knocked by Shanks, and a lot of this rotational fighting, so many similarities to game one of Aaron Cole that we had earlier tonight, where that phase two shift has just caused this chaos around the map. Even Thana was knocked down. They, of course, had to make their way from south side of the white compound. RXC are going to probably lose Thanahan. Rapsiak Esports, they do get into these engagements. They do love their early scraps, but it never goes well for them. Might walk away with 1, 2, 3 kills, but it does usually lead to their demise. As Hakai for NGE in a good position, but they have to push over the hill and then down to that compound, and it's a steep hill here. And I don't know if they're going to want to do that, so they'll have to hold out. They'll have to just deal with the fact they've lost Hung Fong Du. And for New Generation Esports, this is a tournament that just continues to be a bit of a disaster after the amazing start that they had back on night one. All they can really do is kind of hold top of this hill. Don't really want to peek down at the compound and kind of just leave RXC there.
They're going to have to start watching their back. And eventually, though, you've got Cerberus coming up behind. It's a good spot for NGE to get something done in this zone, especially if this does shift towards them on that northern side, but they've got a couple things that they have to deal with before they can even think about having a good game. Lots of teams have sent it into North Georgia Pole, and you can imagine the chaos if everyone has to leave, but judging by the amount of... Yeah, well, you said it. They were in a spot I deemed as not so good, but I'd completely forgot about the chance they had an emergency parachute. And now you just have to kind of pray it pays off. They're going to take a pretty decent amount of shots as they enter into this northern side. They're even going to opt for the dips. Something that if they can keep their heads down, they'll be fully LOS from all their dangers, but they won't be able to get anything done. No damage, no taking shots, no damage farming, maybe even no kills from this spot until the circle gets a lot smaller. So everyone around them is just going to be keeping them under wraps at the moment and trying to get a lucky knock.
Yeah, very aggressive play from Fury, and it will be a very active kind of defense of that area, knowing there's going to be a lot of teams with eyes on their location. But this is good enough. You go prone, it's kind of bold territory. There's got a little the rocky edges, if you will, that they can kind of hide behind, and it's working. And anytime you can kind of go prone for this long and no one's kind of getting shots to kind of land on you, you know you're quite safe. The question is, though, how safe can they actually be when they do stand up and try and fight back from this location? So they're going to have a lot of smoke grenades because they obviously didn't bring any vehicles with them, and that's one of the negatives of that pickup system. North we go, phase 3. I don't think anybody would be surprised by that. I was a little surprised, though, that FW Esports held the hospital position, and even Day Trade in South George, none of them crossed that bridge on phase 2. They will, of course, now make their rotation, Day Trade, though, through another pickup system.
Yeah. When you've got those in your back pocket, as casters, we can't see it really unless we look in depth at what they've got in their inventory, but I guess we should just assume it from now on. They've got a safe passage to the north, but a lot of these spots are starting to get taken up. Cerberus, they were all the way on that east, and this is what they're now forced to do. There's playable spots in the middle of this zone, but Fury, this is the other thing they had to worry about. Not only can they not stand up to get any information, but teams can send it to them without them doing a thing. The only time Fury's going to be able to fight a team like TE, who's just sent it into their bowls, is once they're already in their bowls. Now, maybe they can start standing up once everyone else is kind of occupied holding their edge, but they are still so limited.
I don't know how much I can really shout out, but for those wanting to see some player POVs, Flood is streaming his PV, and this is probably one of the games where you'll get some really good information, because he's going to have to be doing quite a lot to hold that location for his team. Saki throwing out some smokes to make his way over towards the other two members of Cerberus from the future. They're not getting too involved, but outside is Flash, and he gets spotted. The smoke just making its way to the full plume level now, and he's being able to get to cover, so Man doesn't get anything more from it, but they do know that Day Trade is in the vicinity.
Yep. We'll keep saying it. Day Trade need points. FTF with such a high ground advantage. This is one of those hills you can play and you can be confident that the rocks are actually going to provide you with some cover, especially on this lower ground where Delta Mix is right now. I mean, just look at that though in front of KDR. So much to play. Daytrade is in such a rough spot. Maybe it's even about getting Man out of that position. He's alone right now. Sometimes you want Man to stay in that spot and be that kind of linchpin, get some damage done as the rest of your team backs you up, but maybe not this situation. I think it's going to be a little bit too much for him to handle. Maybe back him out, get him up to the hill, and then take the fight from there. RXE in this compound on the edge, but all of the spots in front of them are getting taken in the field, and eventually you can just kind of see them crumbling.
Just as we tick over halfway as well for this game, it's becoming quite fascinating to see how it's going to obviously finalize. You imagine it continues to go north. A bit of water towards those North Georgia Pool apartments that has to be gotten rid of in the next 30 seconds. The question is, how north does this go? And I would imagine those fields that Fury are playing will become a center point for the conclusion of this game.
Oh, yeah.
Man knocked down, Delta Mix trying to get as much info as possible. With the 8x on that SKS, Man eventually finished off by Belmont. So handy, valuable points for Daytrade. Again, the task for them is mission impossible levels, but they're going to have to give it their best effort anyway. Van, yeah, okay, can't hit the shots there, but I mean, a US moving away from you on the backside, it's always going to be a lower percentile chance that you do get those shots to land. Still got to take the shots, and there it is. Fields circle phase number 4, right on top of Fury. 4-man bomb on the other side of the road. Vap knocked down Xiao Feng. So actually, Pixel Stars came back. Those shots from NGE, they weren't quite too happy about it. What can Hakai do now? His spray ineffectual as well. And Capybara, nice shot back with the Dragunov. And for New Generation, I'm sensing it's going to be a 1-point game unless Van can get something here onto Capybara. Shots will come out. The Mini, no. Opting to not shoot. To be fair, he's deep blue. And they're going to want to gatekeep. If he takes those shots, he gives his location away. Better off at this point to try and play a rank tank as a solo.
Yeah, that narrative we're building for NGE is sticking true, at least for the moment. Hot start, but it's been slow ever since. Pixel Stars, good defense on the edge of blue, but Armory Gaming has been behind this whole time, and they finally decided to activate. Down goes Capybara, and now the rest of them are going to have to scramble to see if they can get anything done. And RXC, they've been in the compound this whole time too. Are they going to come up here? Probably not. They're going to want to go find something in the field. So Pixel Stars are probably just going to focus on Armory Gaming for the moment. Both teams fighting for this hill, but this hill isn't in. It's the field that they really have to fight for. So there's a little bit that they have to get done before they can finally enter that field. In fact, Armory, if they're smart, they probably just go straight ahead of Pixel Stars. Forget this fight. This is a nothing fight. You're just going to lose armor, lose the war of attrition if you keep taking this. You got to find some spot in the middle of the field. You can see Shanks down there on the bottom of the minimap looking for something to take. It might have to be a little bit of a late play, though, because it's not looking like too much is active in this field.
Just 11 points for NGE from their last 6 games. Russell, that would have put them dead last to close out night 1 from 6 matches. So, you know, basically from best to worst in the span of a night and a half for New Generation Esports. So while they still remain towards the higher echelon of that leaderboard, it might not be for long if they keep playing in this fashion. Time to turn it around. Yes, 4 games after this. Cal's knocked down by Haisaki of Cerberus. Pixel Stars subsequently eliminated by Armory Gaming. As we look at Daytrade now, they've got a team pushing on them. That Arctics Gaming from Japan. Omochi has been knocked by 6 sacks though, so actually Daytrade might get some help here from FW Esports, and maybe not just them. When you play these high ground hills, especially at the top of it, a lot of teams can get involved from a distance in these fights.
Yeah, it's about picking your timing to get off the top of that hill. You're so exposed when you're up a hill like this. And look at it now. Daytrade's now wanting to get involved and get as many points as they can, and they probably will be the victors of this. Arctics goes down. Only a couple teams now remain on that hill, and Daytrade has the man advantage. Now they're taking the high ground as well. Now that all the chaos has happened, but FW is getting involved, Daytrade have the high ground. They've taken down 1, but Delta Mix, I mean, he's still in the mix. He could get a cheeky rat kill onto Daytrade and completely mess this up for them. So much pressure on their shoulders right now, and in a fight like this, maybe there's a bit of nerves.
Yeah, maybe. See if I can overcome those nerves. Quietly been an okay start for Armory Gaming through the first 2 games of Erenco, but a bit of consistency as well in the 2 games for them. And considering that North Georgia Pool is not exactly an overexposed bloodbath, it's only really AAP playing the apps, they can probably get out. Not going to be easy, but certainly a possibility. Fury have done really well though from this location. You can kind of just see it even from the player tags. in a 360 degrees surrounding them. How many players eventually are going to look in this location? Obviously, we already had the Expendables try to somewhat crash them earlier. They got denied. They're down to just the one player. There's RXC on the north side. So there's a lot of information that kind of needs to get picked up here by Fury. The communications for this team right now would be off their charts.
Yeah. Everyone will be calling things, and this is the time earlier on they can't really peak because none of the teams around them have anything else to worry about but Fury, because they've just sent it in. But now everyone around Fury has their own problems they have to worry about, and this is when you see Fury start to get active. It's the experience on this roster showing, and they're doing it quite freely as well, claiming a couple points of damage, maybe even a kill here or there. And as you said, they're getting all the info they can along with it, especially if they start picking up and they realize that no one's actually shooting at them. They're going to have so much more freedom than they probably initially thought.
Yeah, it's Tanvu, the solo for the Expendables. He's kind of, behind a hay bale to their western side as we go back to day trade. FW Flash trying to play the angle here on the rock rather than go up high ground. He's just kind of holding the angle and waiting maybe for someone else to get a better vision onto FW Esports. Wow, sit down, 6 sacks. That was rapid from Belmoth, and only Raze remains just pop off a heel. And for Belmoth and Flash, an opportunity to maybe send out one of the other tier teams in FW Esports. Raze with a good angle. He's a sharpshooter. It's Kando that helps out for Buram. And right now, this rock's turning into an all-tie rock as Raze looks to try and finish off his meat. It's Flash that's left, knows where he is. But Flash with a good peek over, gets the headshot onto Raze. 7 kills for Day Trade. And in some kind of fashion, they're kind of doing an opposite of New Generation, Russell, where they started so amazingly poor. 1 point from 4 games. Since then, though, 29 points from basically 3 or 4 games. They've really picked up the pacing.
Yeah, they need so much more, though, and Belmoth is going to be left behind on the edge of blue. No chance of a revive for him, so Flash is going to have to do it all himself. But right now, this had to happen eventually, or everyone's coming out of North Georgia Bowl. The couple teams that are in it, I was going to say, Algenbots. A lot of work being done for AAP. I didn't expect that to be that clean. I thought North Georgia would kind of be a bloodbath as soon as everyone decided to come out, but AAP making it look very easy.
Well, there was only the 2 teams, as I mentioned before, 4-man bow. They were playing that eastern side of North Georgia. I thought maybe they could wrap around, hold the edge, but to be fair, AAP had from apps then pretty much all of that covered anyway in the sightlines, and in the end they kind of ran into each other on the rotational path. But to make it that clean for AAP, you can see on the map now, gives them that whole southern side. They've crossed the road. That's already one of the harder parts of coming out North George. So they're in a good position where they can play now to late game. Tycon, yeah, he's pushing up, but he's not really in a position where he's backed by a whole team. So Olsley's dead. Hyasaki's only just been revived by Huang Long. So for Cerberus, they're not in a clean location and they're getting peppered. Cal with a knockdown onto Hyasaki. Fury are starting to really command the fields of North Georgia, Paul.
Yeah, Cerberus has gone from dip to dip, but eventually those dips kind of dissipate and you're left with hay bales and open field. Cerberus is feeling the full brunt of that Fury exposure at the moment. Now that this circle's kind of centered up towards Fury, they have 360-degree control. It's no longer 360-degree info. Now it's 360 control. They can really control this. So look, everyone's just stuck in the middle of the field. Everyone else is low. Fury is high. The only other team that's high is AAP. They've got a solid spot, but look at that smoke. Covering off AAP completely so Fury can do whatever the hell they want. They're controlling everyone. North, east, west. It's Fury's game to lose right now.
Yeah, it certainly could be. It's a difficult mantle to put on them, though. We're still 7 teams remaining, and somewhat of a contrast to game number 1. A lot of those teams are still quite healthy. 3 for Cerberus. They've been able to hold on, keep themselves alive on that eastern side, out of the sight lines of AAP. We've got an engagement, though. Buram, Xmet, north side, above Fury. This is where Fury might elect, if they want, could third party push out of the bowl and try and really clean up this north side, although it depends on how quickly it may finish. Can finished off by Leo. Not ideal for Buram, considering we know what Can is certainly capable of and was able to clutch up for game number 1. He loses his life. Buram go down to 3. They no longer have good position to then push onto X-Men for a couple of reasons. 1, don't have the numbers. 2, X-Men not really in a position that they want to push into anyway.
Nah. And if they were to do it, yeah, Fury would just look over there. So Buram are going to opt to go back towards the west and see if that's a better line to fight. They don't exactly have to move just yet. They can sit in this little dip on the edge of the circle and choose what they want to do once this next circle pops. But looks like they kind of want to move now, get something done. They can hear action towards the south. So go towards the high ground. The one high ground you know might actually be free, given all that's happened over this side. And look at how much tree cover Noadra has. He's found himself a dip, a UAZ, and maybe potential to get something done towards the south. But AAP still has that high ground, and through the underneath of the car, Naraja is just able to live, and maybe X-Men, maybe they could be the undoing of Fury.
X-Men, though, yeah, they're starting to push it on the north side Cerberus. Haisaki is also getting involved a bit on the south. He's been watching this as it is progressing. Upgen tarnished down. Molotov out from Pain. Full Org. He's going to go with a flash instead. Wants to try and get position. Goes for the flush. Bye-bye to Waki Kamut. Count Flood also has been eliminated. Down to just Luke 12. So much for having that faith in Fury that they were one of the top teams to maybe close out this game. They got absolutely destroyed by X-Men. Haisaki has pushed out his mob for Cerberus. Wants to see if he can clean up with that broom. Not going to happen. X-Men do the jobs. They have finished off what they've started and absolutely dominated Fury in that fight. Haisaki has actually slipped into the bowl, though. He might just be sitting inside of the smoke. We haven't quite seen his POV, but you can really see on that map, he's been able to just sort of backfill in, and he gets involved, lets out the shot against Pain, but Leo now surprised and wondering, how is this guy even here? We just wiped Fury. Well, Haisaki slipped in, tarnished up close. Haisaki! Double knockdown onto X-Men, who thought maybe they'd just taken the game by the scruff of the neck. Haisaki, though, by himself, finally shut down, essentially playing the 1v4 because Tycon was never able to get over and help out. X-Men now need to be careful of Buriram United.
Oh my gosh. You could see that was a potential 1v3, 1v4 moment from Haisaki. So many ridges to play around, and he had Tycon in the background trying to help him, but it just was way too much. Too many complex ridges. Now it's X-Men that control what Fury once had. I had too much faith in Fury, but I don't think my faith in X-Men is unfounded. Look at this. 14 kills, 7 to Leo, 5 to Sophia. They've taken control of the center, or the X-center of the zone, I suppose. And they've put Fury to shame with what they're doing.
We saw yesterday the 18-kill win for X-Men on Vikendi. They were certainly impressive, not just in their gunplay, but decision-making as well. Yes, they've lost Tarnished. Leo's up to 8. Pain's got 5, formerly Sophia. 15-kill performance now for the X-Men. But AAP from North Georgia Paul, not an easy position to come out of when this kind of circle. Still alive with 3 in the 3v3, but up close and not quite knowing where Leo was Nan. He went for a bit of a walk, gets shut down, and Leo is having an absolute standout performance for the X-Men, one of our highlighted teams coming into tonight, now up into the top 4 and looking for a top 3 position as Evil Patrick maybe just calms the nerves, but up close, hello, it's Upchen, and sit down, and the X-Men are surely now on the verge of their 2nd win of the tournament.
It was quick from AAP to get off that ridge as soon as they realized all the chaos was happening, but Leo was in such a good spot to get that done. I really want him to make it 10, but at this point, it's a team game. Maybe a bit too much aggression from Leo there, but either way, they'll trade it out. They'll get that res. And so now it's just down to the last remaining member of AAP in Algenbots. A 1v3, it's doable on these ridges. Incredibly doable, but this is teamwork coming out from X-Men. They know where he is. The flashes are going to do something, but I don't think it's enough. That's the headshot, and X-Men, what a win. 18 kills. These guys are insane.
They certainly are. 18 kills win for the 2nd time in 2 nights. They had it done yesterday on Vikendi. They've done it now again here on Erangel. This is why we highlighted them, Russell, after a somewhat slow start yesterday. And it could have been forgiven. The way that they played was okay. Just didn't quite have things go their way. Well, they've certainly started to make things go their way. They've been so impressive as the tournament has continued. Huge result for them. Them also being one of the teams in that Group C. They need as many points as they can get, right? Because they don't know how many points is going to be required to finish top 8 when it's all said and done. So get as many as you can, as quickly as you can, and then you can worry about it tomorrow and you can watch the games. Leo with an incredible 10-kill performance of the 18 as well.
Yeah, absolutely insane. That game could have gone so many different directions, and it kind of all relied on that position that Fury had. Whichever team ended up with that spot, you could tell that they were going to have a very distinct advantage on the rest of the zone. The reason I had faith in Fury was simply because I thought everyone else around them would kind of just end up destroying each other. But it turns out that Brew left. With Brew leaving on that northern side to go off and do their own thing, it gave a lot of room to X-Men to push up to Fury, cause chaos, and then Cerberus came up from behind. It was kind of perfectly timed from X-Men, a fantastic opportunity. Fury got ripped apart, but yeah, what a stunning win from X-Men.
Yeah, certainly well said. And I think also when you go back to the win that they had yesterday, there's a bit of similarities just in that they don't panic, they don't make mistakes, they don't rush. And I thought the X-Men, again, like that win again on Vikendi, again now here in Erangel, were very, very clinical and very much morphing into one of our top teams here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. That is Erangel done. Unfortunately, I'm a big fan of Erangel. That is going to be it for tonight. But fortunately, we got 4 more games on 3 different maps. When we come back from the break, we head to Tago.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but there it's on 5. If they get away with this.
Hang on, this nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in this tech-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a battle-ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
So that's Erangel finish for tonight. It is, of course, now Taker to come very shortly. But for now, we've got some interesting little storylines that are developing. Russell, of course, a couple of teams starting to really find their feet here at this tournament. X-Men being one of them. And after a slow start on Erangel yesterday, they've turned, obviously, Erangel tonight into one of their better maps very quickly. So for Savage Men Esports, I just like calling them the X-Men, though. Obviously, now putting them in a really good position heading forward for the remainder of the night and, of course, for this group stage.
Yeah, look, this is a very harsh comparison, but both of these teams ended up controlling the same situation or the same spot in that zone, but you can see the team that was much more ahead of the other one in terms of what they actually got from that spot. Fury crumbled, and I don't really think it's their fault entirely. Definitely they could have done better, but it was very hard to control once they had that many teams collapsing on them. But obviously X-Men winning the war for that spot, look how much it got them. Absolutely fantastic from them. Yeah, again, a very bleak comparison, but I mean, this is something that Fury's going to look at and go, the possibilities, man, what we could have done. So, yeah.
Yeah, potentially. I was actually having a very quick look at Flood Stream because of the delay in terms of where they were at. I think it looked like they wanted to kind of go towards the more western side of that field, but eventually got aggressed upon and had to take the fight there. We head to Tago next, Russell. So as we head in towards our little map roulette, if you will, the shuffle, and then Vikendi, Miramar. This is where things can get really fun and really exciting because you no longer have that kind of Erangel comfort zone. All these teams, all these players have been playing Erangel basically since the game came out. And while Tago's no longer that sort of new entity, it's still something different on the night itself. And so clearly this is where maybe some teams that did struggle a little bit on Erangel can maybe find their footing a little bit better. But, you know, Biram, X-Men really running away with Erangel. We'll see whether or not we can get some new teams on Tago and Vikendi.
Tago is one of those maps that kind of heavily favors teams that want to play edge and want to go for those, I guess, kind of edge fights or fighting in general, really. It's one of those maps that really allows for it. There's not many landmarks in the way of all these teams that are going to want to try get something done but can't. You know, maybe like, I don't know, Everest on Orangle's in the way of you taking a fight. Not really like that on Tago. If you want to get something done, it's usually just a few hundred meters away.
Yeah, I think I like Tago. A lot of the tree line fighting is there too that we see at times from, say, Erangel. There's also some good city fighting, and then some aspects of Miramar where you can have, depending on where you are on the map, that kind of long range engagement and some sight lines that can be played off of the quite hilly terrain. Not as hilly as, say, like a Sandhawk, for example. God, I hate that map. It gives me PTSD from years gone by.
Players do too, man.
Yeah.
Players do too.
So it's definitely come in and done its job as really solidifying itself as really one of the now top maps, I think, for PUBG. So, I mean, like, honestly, in an ideal world, we probably could have had the 6 games, but like a 2-2-2 split with 2 Tago, 2 Erangel, 2 Miramar. I think that would have worked just as well, but then we don't get Vikendi. As we do head into this game, though, one team I want to kind of talk about very quickly is Day Trade. They did cop it a little bit yesterday, as much as it don't be too negative. You get 1 point from 4 games for a team of their PTC level caliber. It certainly was quite startling, alarming, and we were a bit surprised that was happening. They've really started to pick it up, though. Now, the only issue is that because of how much of a bad start there was, and you only play the 12 games in the group stage, it might not be enough unless they actually start like winning games and getting like, 15, 20 points a game from here on out. But the good news is that for the remainder of this tournament, I think we're gonna get Day Trade that we know and love.
we really have to see them start to step it up. They're going to have to start sweating. Same with a couple other teams actually as well, to be fair. But yeah, Daytrade's the household name that you would expect to start it up.
Let's go to Tago, third game of the night, as we get closer to the halfway point for night 2 of the PUBG Asia Super Cup. It's Group B versus Group C. Group A having the night off, maybe watching some of the games as how they're progressing. Tago, a lot of fun, and hopefully we can see some more shenanigans to what we saw in Erangel, because Erangel phase 2 circles were causing a lot of rotational fighting, some big shifting. When we had Tago yesterday, Russell, actually the phase 2 played out very similar to what we had on Erangel, where it was a massive hard shift, everyone had to rotate, and whenever that happens, we get fighting.
Tago's a map that's going to end in shenanigans, especially with boats. I mean, if you go up towards that northeastern side, you can imagine all the chaos as people try to scramble for boats towards the shipyard to try to get across. And if it does, hard shifting, even, I mean, if you're seeing from the south, we have on both the blocks that it's in the circle, like you said yesterday. So yeah, we're going to get a lot of shenanigans.
Yeah, certainly agree with you there. We get our plane path here from the future immediately straight out. I think they're heading towards the airport, and they'll be able to get down to the ground first before everyone else. So as we do head into Tago, looking at that leaderboard, Buram now in top spot, same with Axemen. Of course, Theraton 5 and Exo from Group A, they're off for tonight. Purple Mood, NGE, well, I mean, geez, they've really dropped down now into 6th. And considering, of course, they're still playing tonight, Russell, they're not going to get to play tomorrow night. They're not going to get any more points, whereas all the teams from Group B will. I'm finding it harder and harder to think they're going to actually be able to make top A. There's a possibility that NGE, despite a 37 2-game start, might actually miss out altogether. They really need to turn things around sooner rather than later. 4-man boat still holding on, and Daytrade making that climb, making that that performance a lot better tonight than what we saw yesterday. From the future, RXE, you could probably say their chances of making top 8 from the group stage is looking a little bit slim to none, which is a bit surprised for the team that won the PUBG Challenger Rumble at the end of last year, albeit not by a lot, but still a team that I expected a little bit more from FTF.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of one of those 24-team tournaments that's so stacked, you're going to end up with teams that you are familiar with, that are household names, not actually qualifying. And FTF is one of those teams that might just kind of fall short. I think when you stack them and AAP up against the rest of the APAC region, well, yeah, up against your Cerberuses and your Burrams, they aren't a team that you'd put up there as in, contention to win tournaments all the time. Although, like you said, they did win Challenger Rumble, but still, they can deal some damage. You're kind of thinking maybe it's a little bit too late and maybe they're not going to have a chance. Same with a couple other teams. That circle is
fun.
I mean, we've got there's a decent amount of teams inside it, but you look at that and you go, that's a pretty decent amount of water, and we could get some shambles.
I mean, is that a decent amount of water, Russell, or is that just a little bit of water? I mean, to be fair, on a map like Tago, it's probably a decent amount. Maybe if it was
like 25%.
20. I mean, spread very nicely, like a very nice 25%. 25%. It's not like I guess a big chunk. I think we could probably see that get. I'll give you 20%. How's that? We'll take a trade there as Omo Chi gets eliminated by Edie early on, which is something that we do typically see. I think maybe on Tago more than the other maps is teams probably still figuring out in terms of those rotational paths as to the way teams are kind of moving out of their drop zone locations. Of course, the teams actually know where everyone is dropping, but you don't quite know how they're going to really sort of push out of those locations. And so I feel like Tago, more than everything else, we do see a lot of that kind of rotational fighting and also early game fighting too. Belmoth actually getting involved too, as Raya say from 4-man boat is going to be eliminated. Combination of Belmoth and Flash as 4-man boat lose one early. And then this is the case. You got Raya say is dead. Raya is trying to just get to cover. The other two are still driving around. That is Tago in a nutshell.
Yeah, it really is. There's no better way to put it. It's just such a map that most of the sight lines are open and a lot of the drop spots can be kind of crept upon early game and late game. It's one of those maps where compounds are so close to tree lines that people can just kind of sneak up in those tree lines, get a sneaky knock and flush into the compound on the edge and then back off and play the rest of their game. But yeah, early on that is also still the case. There's so much density for you to creep through and just surprise an unsuspecting victim. And it's already happened 3 times in this game.
Rapsiak Esports, the team, of course, that has replaced Genius Esports 14th position, 22 points, and I think probably a couple of games away from being overtaken by some of our Group B teams, which has already happened at the hands of for DK and Nosh. Unfortunately, already starting to slip past those Group B teams as they're making their points start to gather up quite nicely, especially like Cerberus, Archangel Predator doing well through the first 2 games on Erangel, now into Tago. Armory Gaming, and not a bad night. I mean, look, 4 points per game, probably not enough to get into a top 8 qualifying spot, but it does keep you warm. You're doing okay, and you can build from that. So we'll see if Armory Gaming can continue to do so. And Haisaki, dead early. Cerberus again. I mean, they're getting the points, but they're doing so in a very aggressive manner. And also an interesting note about Haisaki, Russell, in terms of the Vietnam series back in fall last year, he was the player that died first more than any other player. And he's dying again for, and I'm saying out of Cerberus, of course, but he died first on a respective team more than anyone else. I don't know how to really phrase it that well. The man just does die first a lot, which is unfortunate for a player of his caliber. He's just really aggressive early on, and I guess you pay the consequences of that from time to time. We know, of course, how good he's been for a very, very long time, but I think that's probably a big reason why Taika and Himas, they've probably overtaken Haisaki in terms of the nature of who's the best player on the team.
Yeah, and you would, I mean, you're hoping that there's a reason for it. You're hoping that he's the one who's kind of allocated himself or been allocated as the guy that's going to go out and get the information. He's going to be the scout. He's going to get you everything you need to know about what's in front of you. And sometimes that's just going to cost you your life. Sometimes you have to put yourself in a spot that isn't entirely safe, but it's such a good spot to get the info that you need. But, you know, sometimes there's a guy in a bush next to you or under the hill that you're on top of, something like that. It's unfortunate. You're just kind of hoping that for him, that's the role he's chosen or been allocated, and he's happy with it. If it is just him getting unlucky, then that's some real unlucky, or maybe it's his playstyle, like you said. Maybe he's just aggressive.
Yeah, but, and I will say, when you look at that stat, it doesn't tell the full picture, because you could still technically die first on your team, but like at the 30-minute mark. Yeah, so you got to take it at face value for what it really is. But I will also say, to continue to back up that statistic, at no point through Vietnam Series Fall was he ever the last alive for Cerberus, which is staggering. Zero times, Russell, throughout a full tournament was he the last alive. Never died last. So that probably does add validity to it, and well, we've seen it again here.
Yeah. If you're not dying last at least once, then you must have a very aggressive role within the team. You must be the entry fragger, the scout. You must be the guy that goes up on the emergency parachute as the solo to scout. You've got to be doing everything, or you're just getting incredibly unlucky. But right now, we've got a bit of a compound fight, and it's entirely isolated to the southern side of this compound. 4-man bow sitting inside houses, very small houses at that. There's one very, very close on the other side of this wall. He has to activate. He has to be successful in his activation. It was slow, and the trade will come in. The AK comes out, and we're really hoping more from Rayra there.
Yeah, certainly so. Flash, though, does get the knock on to Dahlia. Nissi, the last one alive for 4-man bow. Not known to be one of the sort of more fragging teams in this tournament. They've done their best games when they kind of keep themselves hidden and delay their attack until the late. Nade thrown out from Nissi, and Nurens does eventually finish off Dahlia, which all but confirms that for 4-man bow, well, they're just a one-man with a bow at the moment, and that's Nissi with a barrel. He's going to continue to push into this because, to be fair, there's nowhere to really hide or run. You may as well confront, especially when there's still 2 players down for day trade. Nuren's watching from the window, but there's a lot of smoke obscuring his vision, so he hasn't been able to catch Nissi to cross. Never mind, at the last second, he just turned his angle a little bit, catches him outside the front door. Flash gets the kill. Day trade should be able to get the revive of the Poochils, although the Expendables have made their way into this compound, so it's not going to be a free revive. You're on the backside, as you said, and Poochils knocked, Flash is knocked, 777, Blue Zone nade is massive, and that is now Day Trade in a perilous position. Yeah.
Speaking of 777, as he cleans up Day Trade. Actually, you know what? Never mind. There's still so much action. They're actually full committing to this. They're not going to wait. 777's going all the way in. He's even got a teammate to back him up. They want to completely surround this compound, and Day Trade has no idea. Fury's on the backside. Fury does a little bit of damage, and TE, well, the rest of them are there to finish them off. Fury kind of helping out a little bit. They were hoping for a lot more, but TE just too clean with it. That Blue Zone grenade was fantastic. 777 internationally, especially at PGS 2, I believe, last year, had some fantastic highlight moments. And a couple of these APAC players, you can see internationally almost, they're just on the cusp of putting themselves into that high mass category. I think he might even be in a category on his own. But
oh, wow. That's quite a plaudit from you, Russell.
well, you can see so many players almost break into that, like, I mean, when you're a person that everyone's going to put on your fantasy team and know that you're going to do well, then I think you're successful. Nah, I'm just kidding. But it is one of those tells, right? And 777, along with a lot of the other players on TE and Daytrade, have just been on the cusp of breaking into that household name territory, but they've just never been consistent enough to do it.
Yeah, I think for 777, it's probably more of a longevity. Unfortunately, he actually bot fragged to the PGS2 Grand Finals. It was Tanvu who kind of probably made his statement at that particular event, but it's Duck Juice. I say everything you said, but I kind of apply it to Duck Juice. I think he's probably that man for that role from that team. But I do agree. I think 777 has that longevity aspect for the Expendables, and why whenever we kind of look at that roster, when we look at the Expendables, we're always thinking they're going to do well and they're going to play well, and they are indeed doing that here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. We go to Song Am though for the phase 2 circle shift. It's I don't know if I'd classify it as a hard shift. Not many teams were kind of around that north side of Hosan anyway. You can see X-Men rotating in near the swamp. Sure, they're probably one of the more outliers, and Pixel Star there too, but other than that, looking at the circle itself, the majority of teams are already in pretty good spots.
Yeah, it's a hard, well, not really a hard shift, it's a rough shift, but you wouldn't notice it by all the positioning of the teams. Couple teams though are going to be the ones sending it through. NGE, is it going to be successful or not? When you want to rotate like this and you got a lot of pressure on your shoulders, maybe there is a little bit of nerves. I think Last Chance is going to be calming some of those nerves for a lot of these teams on the cusp, but they might still exist. Looks like they've got a free compound in front of them though. Free compound with a decent position. Looks like a little bit of high ground for them too. And so there's a couple compounds in this circle that, I mean, it looks like all the teams that were on the outside of the zone are sending it all the way through and still finding positions. Looks like everyone else is kind of avoiding the center, playing towards the off center or edge. And these guys are just cutting through it like it's nothing. And they've just found fantastic spots for themselves.
You know what's interesting? I mean, there's not much water. We don't have to have a water debate this time, but a lot of teams are actually rotating that south side towards Song Am. So the north side is actually quite open. So I'm very curious to see how things will play out, especially for like Rapziak Esports. They've got a good little 2-2 split. It's not really split. They're too close together to probably call it that. But that north side, FTF also around there. The Expendables, when we last saw them at the compound, still in a good spot on the north side. So if this does kind of shift up north for phase 3, phase 4, those teams are going to be benefiting quite aggressively because so many teams have gone to the south side of this circle. They'll all then have to fight each other to get out, and it's going to be a scrap, and teams are going to be wounded, and it's not going to be clean. And so those north teams will benefit in the long run in terms of keeping 4 players alive. Everyone's got meds and play the late game. So very curious to see where this will go. And I think a lot of this action that we'll see phase 2, phase 3 is going to be on the south side of the circle. So Lolzy, Cerberus, they made a big rotate straight through FW towards Song Am. Who's already there? It's Armory Gaming. So now you've lost a player. Huang Long and Taikon now as a duo. 2 games in a row for Cerberus where, you know, it's not been the cleanest of performances from them. But despite that, they're so good, they scrape points. And that's what is capable of the best teams, Russell. Getting points in games where you're not playing your best. Cerberus do that better than anyone. Yeah, PUBG is a game about maximizing the situation you're in, no matter what situation it is. 1 man up to 4 players, doesn't matter. You have to do your absolute best. And as you said, they're in a spot to deal a lot of damage. They've got some high ground next to them as well. They're not going to take it yet. But later on in the game, I'm certain they will. Brew, somehow they're putting the hurt onto AAP. Evil Patrick down. Algin Bots has already gone down. Brew was the team caught outside of the hard cover, but they've got enough terrain to play with to deal the damage they need to AAP. Maybe AAP been extended out a little bit. You can see PLM on the backside there as well. Escalija trying to get some third party here, but he's a bit too far away to get anything done. And at this point, they've both gone their separate ways. I didn't even realize Evil Patrick was all the way up here. They're finally coming over here to claim the kill and take as much space as they can. And you look on the minimap, this looks like a solid spot for Brew to be in. It looks like they've got space to not only cover their back, but now that they've taken out Evil Patrick and they put Khan in this position, they've got a hill that they can move up as well later on in the game. Yeah, AAP a little bit unfortunate there. They're playing the south side. A lot of teams have rotated in and around them. Now they're just down to Nant, along with Alec. Biram obviously kind of taking the better position away from them. I like From the Future up on that north side as well. Again, we can kind of see the shift here for phase 3, Russell, and it has benefited those teams. So kind of what I was saying has transpired. Not that I was saying it was going to shift here, just more so if it does, these teams will benefit. TE, FTF, RXC, love what they've got now for this particular circle. Look at the south teams though near the coastline, PLM, Brew, the 2 members of AAP, and those out towards the far west as well. You know, now they're going to have to make big rotations. Yeah, everyone on the south is going to have to get something done.
This north is probably, it looks deceivingly open. It is quite open in a lot of spaces. I mean, you can see that. Payne is giving us a fantastic view of just how open this side of the circle can be. But I think it's deceivingly open on the minimap, at least. If you were to check out the map stream LPL_play, you would assume that there's not much space for the teams on the south to play, but I think you'll find they'll find their dips, they'll find their ridges, they'll get it done. Although that said, I think the northern teams still, like you were saying, are going to have a very big advantage. TE has some high ground next to them. FTF have the high ground in the zone at the moment. So a lot of advantages for the northern teams, not just that they're in the center zone.
Yeah, certainly agree. And I think that FTF, for me, probably got best position at the moment. RXC, you could probably debate too. The only issue I think might end up happening for them is those south teams have to kind of go somewhere, and some may elect to send it into a couple of these buildings. And they're playing that very small 2-2 split, which means they could be vulnerable, even to say like a Cerberus. If Huanglong and Taikon can sniff out that Thanahan and Kobe are playing as a duo, they back themselves in to then be able to push into that building, clear that duo, and then the other two members for RXC end up playing as a duo on the northern side compound. Leo for X-Men taking some shots onto Flucky, landed one, pretty good for the midi. Can he get any more? It's a fast-moving vehicle, and not quite going to be able to get any more damage to land. PLM and X-Men very close to each other here on the western side of the circle. Tarnish tagged, and now we'll play behind the rock with that first aid kit. Thunders to push up. It's kind of purple on purple here. Could get a little confusing. It's purple mid, though. We're in a darker position and need to kind of push into X-Men. Upchen, though, got one, but it was a trade. Escalucia was able to get the original one. Thunders, though, couldn't win from the high ground, but again, trade. So it's kind of a 2-for-2 momentarily for both of these two purple teams.
Yeah, and look at NGE coming in as well. They're not entirely quick on this. Maybe this fight will be finished before NGE can do anything, but I don't think so. This is NGE's fight to clean up. Tarnish is doing his absolute best to put smokes up. He's got two players in front of him who he desperately wants to res, and maybe the introduction of NGE could do something, but they've just gone down to teams entirely disconnected from this fight. Fury in the kill feed as well, dealing some damage to them. They thought they were going to get something done, but they've been ripped apart on this entry. So Purple Mood and X-Men have been given a little bit of a break to maybe get something done. I don't know what, he wants these kills on NGE as well. I think he got one of them, and yeah, Sneak Attack might have got the other one, and NGE.
Wow.
We thought they maybe would have got some third party, but they were absolutely obliterated like they were the only team there.
I mean, I don't know what else to say. Russell, they've played 9 games. They've only picked up 12 points from 7 of them. I mean, that is insane.
That didn't seem like a play that would have ended in success. That spot was so open.
Well, for New Generation, it's same old trend for them. And starting to think maybe the 2 games that started the 37 points, that was the outlier. And this is becoming the new norm, of which this circle shift for phase 4 is dramatic for RXC. That 2-2 split, no more. They give up on the quad compound, they group up together. Sure, they've got a couple of teams near the outskirts of Songam that are close by, but they're going to have to fight each other anyway. I think RXC might be in the best chance to capitalize, get some points. FTF, they'll backfill in. They had the scout location on the hill on the north side. They would have seen the 2-2 split group back up, leaving that compound available, so they benefit as well from still being one of those northern teams, and they're in a great position too from that compound as Pixel Star, while they run into 777, who finds himself a triple kill.
He can get it done. Armory Gaming on the edge, and he does wipe them out all by himself, by the way. That's what I'm saying, you know, international caliber player who I feel like can potentially put himself up there with the best of the best. But we're just getting started in 2024. Lots of players with chances to prove themselves. Either way, that's the chaos, that's the carnage. Looks like Pixel Star's rocked up in a couple cars, and those cars are now blown up and on fire. All thanks to 777. Fury have been trying to get involved in as much as they can on the southern side, to be absolutely fair to them. Just, I think all the fights ended way too quickly for them to actually get anything done. But now they spot X-Men. X-Men are kind of stuck in a bowl, and look at this ridge. I mean, this is just an easy choice as a player. You see this ridge, you see X-Men stuck in this bowl, and it's absolutely go time. Get some nades out there, get a couple players on that ridge, and it should be an easy wipe if X-Men were to stay, but they're going to back off. But if they back off, they've got TE on their north.
Yeah, just remember though, that's outside of zone, and zone's 55 seconds away from phase 5, so it's not exactly a permanent location, and also you can't be an extended fight. Sure, you can check a couple of these nades if you're Fury, but you're probably not going to be able to really extend this. Instead, you're probably going to get back into vehicles, look for the next rotate.
Yeah. Flood wants something. I mean, the rest of Fury wants something, but nothing actually happens. X-Men quick to leave that spot. As you said, this is a fight that they don't entirely want to take or commit to is probably the better word. Fury already have a spot in zone. If they were to lose members on that X-Men fight, that would be the worst thing that they could do. They've got a really solid spot in zone. TE decided to back off a little bit too. Everyone just kind of being okay. Wow. I thought that was Leo with the drive-by, but it was Flood from distance.
I mean, even still, that's such a distance. That's an amazing shot. Oh no, Duck Juice and Tanvu have tangled up. And just like that, from what looked like a tremendous game for the Expendables, they've lost a couple of players too, in fact. Brownie with a good nade onto Leo, so at least salvaging it as possibly as best they can. Tarnish doesn't quite go up in flames. He can make his way out, although only into bullets raining in his location coming out of that shack. Pain deep in the blue. X-Men, as great as they've been tonight, this one might not be one of their better games, although 4 kills is still something. Capybara as the snake at the backside. He gets involved. He'll shut down the Expendables. They're going in 11th. After 11 kills, they go out in 11th place. How fitting is that? I think 9 of those kills actually came from 777. He had a standout performance after you hyped him up, Russell, so at least there was good timing in that. And make that kill number 12, though. So we go from 11-11 to 11-12, and we lose the fun numbers there. But good points again for the Expendables. Even if they don't get the placement points, 12 kills is a hefty number.
Yeah. 12 kills and to go out in 11th is that's a good game. That's a damn good game. And Fury as well, they wanted to get involved on that, but again, TE died too quickly. And so now Fury are left with nothing but good positioning, which I think you'll be absolutely happy with. X-Men stuck in that shack as well. You can see Fury wanting to see if they can get something done, but I don't think that run is entirely justifiable, especially with FTF in that compound. It could end with Fury losing members. So they're going to stick to their guns, stay in that spot. Cow's going to come in late, but look, as Cow leaves, FW pushes up. It's not like FW have a ton of good position in this circle, but for the moment they do. While this blue is closing in, they can kind of play with that hill, get some info on Fury, see if they can make a play. But it is they are on a timer. They have to get this done sooner rather than later. And you can see they want to avoid pushing into this compound because that is almost certain death if they were to do it, unless they would get an opening knock or something like that. So I think Fury is the team they want to flank.
Oh, James. Unaware that there's a snake in the grass and it's Nan for Archangel Predator, but he's just the solo. He's not exactly wanting to take these shots unless he absolutely has to. Even if he gets clear line of sight, I don't know if you want to take these shots. He's in an okay position too. If Armored Gaming go past him and he doesn't get noticed, Nan could actually have a really solid game as a solo rank tank in these fields. So the longer he can hold on without shooting, the better. Really good trigger discipline. As we switch away from Nan and actually just a bit south to him, Armory Gaming aren't going to run past him because they're in a fight with FW Esports. And then James, he gets spotted. Well, the snake of the grass gets picked off. It is still 8th place, though, there for AAP, thanks to Nan. They'll get 2 points from this game. It's something. You take it, considering a bit of a rough circle shift down to the south did not help them out. Dimas, well, Kobe trying to find the angle through the little hole in the wall. Not going to happen, although apparently Riaz is actually going to be able to find it back onto Kobe. RXC, they had a really good position. That really good position now occupied by FTF. That's right. They shifted away from that compound, and I got a sneaky suspicion Phase 6 might just go straight onto FTF. It does. RXC, they controlled it. They took a gamble. It was a 2-2 split. They went south. Circle, though, goes north.
You can't blame them. How often does this happen to every single team in PUBG esports? You just have, it's just a gamble you take. Sometimes it doesn't pay off. And FTF are the victors here. Now they just have to not mess this up because there's so much open space in between them and everyone else on the map. You could see FW as well. They were looking towards Fury. I feel like if FW made that push, it might have even changed how the rest of this endgame plays out, but they decided to go straight towards Cerberus, straight into the compound, and it did not work out. There's too many teams in this compound, though. Only one is going to be able to come out of here, and you can imagine that it's going to be 1 or 2 players from whatever team wins this compound fight. They're going to be very wounded, and FTF is probably going to clean them up. We've still got the fight to happen first. Armory Gaming's in an interesting position. I think Armory can probably just isolate or forget about Cerberus and push straight towards RXE, but they're also in the boat where they want Cerberus to push RXE before they do anything. So Armory Gaming, I guess they're not close to the circle either. RXE, I mean, they're just hunkering down. All they have to do is watch sightlines and hope that people walk into them, and Armory Gaming, they're going to have to make the push.
Yeah, going to have to be very clinical in this sort of southeastern fight between these 3 teams, Cerberus, Armory Gaming, and RXE. It's a matter of, can you just come out of this sort of position make top 4, get a couple of kills from it. That's where you're going to collect the majority of your points. This is not the kind of game where you're probably going to go on and get the win, get the chicken dinner, but you can still collect a lot of points, get kills, go and get a couple of extra placement points. Huang Long on top of that roof. Blue Zone now starting to move on in as well. Thanahan watching from the other side of the road inside of that little warehouse. Huang Long, well, he was knocked by Flood at a distance, but up close was Kobe with the RXC that was able to get that kill. Tycon now just moving around as the solo inside of the smoke. We know that this kind of player can certainly still have an impact, but he hasn't quite been able to spot anyone. There's Dynasty, knows that James is on the other side of that blue wall. Riaz as well is close by. He'll get the second knock. Can he get the third one for Tycon?
Oh,
Shanks at the back, though, was watching as the anchor, and Tycon had no idea. Walks straight into his sight line, loses his life. It's 6th for Cerberus, but again, still scraping together points when they're not playing at their absolute best. Really highlights how good that team is. James will bleed out, down to just Shanks and Riz, and it's got 7 kills for Armour. Game with the flash, perfectly timed, because 6, 7, 8, 9 was going to peek that corner. He was going to come out.
He's not going for it. Maybe didn't realize that it was perfect. So much damage done, and RXC, I said all they had to do was hold the angles with 2 up. It's a 2 versus 2. And now it's just Shanks. He's on the outside, though, to be fair. And then that UAZ is blocking that entrance. They have to come one way, but he wasn't looking. Maybe he could have got that done. Maybe they would have traded. Either way, he wasn't looking. RXE are the victors of that compound fight, and Fury want to get involved, and involved they do get. RXE goes down just like that. Fury have full control. They've wanted kills this whole game, but the opportunities never really arose for them, and that's why they only have 3. But now, well, now they've got the opportunity to get up to 10.
In fairness, though, for RXE, going back to what I said at the start of that little engagement, they got what they kind of wanted. That 5th place, those 7 kills, they made the most of what was going to be, sorry, 4th place indeed, of that kind of scrap coming out of that compound. So I think that's a big win for them. RXE should be happy. It gives them good form going into the next couple of games as well, and keeps them in the race for top 8. They're going to have to need more performances like that. Down to our final 3 teams, though. It's X-Men from the future and Fury. Honestly, from the future, they played this hill that X-Men have actually just rotated to. This is where FTF were playing, Russell, and then they were able to watch this compound. They saw RXC move out of it. They backed, filled in. Tarnish gets tagged at the rock now. It's only the duo for X-Men, and surely from here, from the future, just have to make sure they don't allow Fury to push up, and that's exactly what they've kind of done. Fury at the back, they're at the compound. They can play close quarter combat fights now. It's not a matter of having to push up through the fields.
Yeah, this could go either way, though. It could turn on its head in an instant, especially if the player in the house next to Flood gets knocked. That's a free house for Fury to take. That's a spot they can move from. If they were to get a knock onto Man or TD, then they can wrap around the left, and there's the opening knock from Cal. The one thing FTF cannot let happen. Now more pressure on the remaining 3, and all the while, X-Men are licking their lips trying to get involved in this, see if they can do anything to win this game. This fight is going on for so long, nades being exchanged. Teddy, he's opted to just push out, try to get something done, and Luke is doing his best to defend, but he is fully blind. What a flash from Teddy, and down goes Luke, but there's a trade from Sneak Attack. It's such a slow fight, and X-Men are doing nothing.
Yeah, I mean, X-Men probably now get on the move, though. In their vehicles they go. Good jump shot from Sneak Attack. Man, last alive from the future. X-Men have arrived, and arrived at a perfect time. Blue Zone nade goes out. Man might just about be done for. Got the first aid kit off in time. Times the second one. X-Men getting involved. Fury need to start getting some revives. Beautifully timed first aid kit. He'll survive. He'll stay in there. Flood's back up, though. 3 standing now for Fury. P90 in hand for Sneak Attack has done some good job, and Luke 12 is also getting res. Here comes the duo of X-Men, but suddenly it's Fury's game to lose. With 4 players alive, they've got the numbers. There's Upchen and Tarnish need to deal with Man, the solo for FTF. They're the closest to him.
Yeah, now I've got faith in Fury. This isn't a throwaway comment. This is absolutely Fury's game to lose. X-Men have a little bit of high ground in that house with a couple floors, one sitting on the roof as well. Man could cause some trouble as well, but yeah, with the vaulting mechanics, it's easy for Fury to get on the roofs as well. That said, they are on the backside of that circle. They are going to have to move eventually if these players opt to just slow down and wait for the circle to do its thing. But maybe that won't happen.
Him.
Oh, you can see his backpack
his helmet
on the roof.
Or helmet. Or helmet.
Surely, if Sneak Attack if he keeps jumping up, he's going to see it eventually, especially if he goes to the right, but I don't think he's going to do that because that's exposed. He's not going to come here and then look left. Oh, you can see it so close.
Yeah, Upchen is where he's a bit more hard focused, so obviously it's a little bit easier for us to see with that X-ray. Sneak Attack did not spot Tarnished up on that roof, laying prone. Upchen trying to get on this roof as well. Remember, Man is still alive as the solo underneath Tarnished's building. Upchen's peeked up and seeing them all on the roofs. So something to play now in terms of information for X-Men. I think the goal for them should be second place. They know there's still a rat somewhere else. They know there's still a solo, and Sneak Attack has finally spotted Tarnished. Then I think actually what we might have seen actually was that helmet that's on the ground. Good nade though, to maybe just kind of keep Flood and Sneak Attack at bay as they keep just jiggle peeking. There's the second one. Yeah, another one. If it lands again, Flood might go down. If this lands on his head, never mind. Just a bit to the right. 14 health. He'll get the first aid kit off. Good nades from Tarnish though, considering the way he's been throwing them. Yeah, really well executed. Upchen maybe hoping Man will come out the backside of that building, knowing probably Fury aren't going to push on their location. This is a bit of a standoff. X-Men just need to get second place here, and that will be job done. Fury should be getting the win.
Yep. Those nades could have changed the tide of the fight. Tarnish still has a Molotov as well, but that's not something you're going to throw at a roof like this. Can't cook the Molotov, so there's no point. Save it until the circle is so small, you know exactly where to throw it. Upchen's in a really good position on this roof to kind of isolate the fights. In a scenario like this, when you're at a disadvantage, it's all about isolating 1v1s, ensuring that you can win them. But Fury's going to make that as difficult as possible. That was so goddamn quick, and now he's going to get another 1v1. No chance. I thought Luke 12, that rock, was going to be the difference maker. Up 10 peaks, and he goes down just as quickly, but that is not what happened. That was rapid.
Yeah, very good from X-Men, and now suddenly the game is completely flipped on its head, and may just do so again, because the solo player in Man gets involved. We've had two flips in about 20 seconds. At one point, it looked like a sure game for Fury. Then X-Men changed the whole game on itself, and Man has also done just that too. Flood stays on the roof. Luke can maybe go for these revives. Flood will confirm the kill into Tarnished. X-Men don't even get second place. They're out in third. And just like that, suddenly Man maybe feels this is the opportunity, the time to strike. He pushes out for FTF, the knock on to Luke. It's perfect. Down to 18 HP though. No one on the roof at the moment. Flood up close. He's dropped down. Man, is he spotted? Yes, he is. Jump shot from Flood is perfect. 7-kill win for Fury. What an effort though from Man, but from the future. And what a game from them as well, considering the northern aspect that they held all game long, backfilled into this compound, still got second place. Fury, though, they ultimately take this game, highest damage. They came in quite late, a little bit quiet to start this game, rotating around like a lot of the other teams, but eventually coming away with the win.
Oh, what an insane endgame. That was so good from Upchen. I thought Fury was going to win that fight 100% of the time, but it was just so quick. That could have gone either way at any moment. And there was a couple moments in there as well where Fury had a couple players knocked and you thought, okay, maybe that's the end, but it never actually came to fruition. I think maybe it's because of Man the whole time. When Fury had 2 knocks before, I think it was FTF that got involved with X-Men and shut it down. And then at the final moments in that game, it was Man getting involved as well, and making sure, kind of making sure that Fury won the game no matter what.
Yeah, I think in the end, that was a very fun, fascinating game that we usually get from Takeover Fury, the winners. I didn't quite see that coming, especially as they weren't really one of those northern teams around Phase 2, Phase 3. I thought RXE from the future, they probably had the better prior locations, but couldn't quite get the job done. X-Men as well, good rotations from them, especially considering, I can't remember what phase it was, Phase 7 or late in the piece, Russell, when they took that northern hill and then pushed in and then saw that they could maybe third party. I thought suddenly, even though they were just a duo, that they could make something happen in that game, and almost did, had good position, couldn't quite get it to work out. Credit to Fury, they get the win. We go to a break. When we come back though, we head to Vikendi as we continue to mix things up here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but there it's on 5. If they get away with this.
Hang on, this nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet is bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in this tech-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Fury pick up their first win of the tournament there on Tago. It's a tremendous effort considering they're coming from the western side of the field, had to make their way in towards the more prior compounds and eventually got there. Considering at one point from the future, Russell, they held that compound. We saw them kind of looking towards X-Men, even just that 30-second timer. Fury made their way in straight to the backside, got up close, had there'd been a different scenario and from the future we're watching Fury a little bit more intensely, maybe they wouldn't have allowed them to push up to that compound as comfortably. We'll go to the leaderboard since we're, I guess, halfway through the night now for night number 2 of the PUBG Asia Super Cup and get a bit of a rundown as to where everyone is located. Buram rightfully on top, X-Men right behind them as well. I think both of those two teams have probably done almost enough, if not already enough, in terms of completing their spot in the top 8 by the end of tomorrow night. We'll have to see. Of course, we don't really know know what the numbers will look like. It speaks volumes, though, for T5 and EXO that they're not even playing tonight, and they're still in the top 4. On the other side of the graphic, though, in terms of the more bottom end of that leaderboard, you can start to see those Group B teams now very much climbing towards the higher end of the leaderboard on the right-hand side. A couple more games, and they'll start to make their way over to the left-hand side.
Yeah, I guess you want to look at those Group C teams on the left-hand side. NGE is kind of close, but there's a few of them that are below NGE that really need to pick it up.
Yeah, certainly so. Of course, I think Fury now has the most amount of points from Group B through the first 3 games. So for a throw-together team, doing quite well. To be fair, only a small sample size. We head to Vikendi after this, and obviously more of an opportunity for those Group C teams to finalize their points. I would imagine for X-Men, they're probably all good to go. Obviously, they're in a position now where they probably don't need that many points, all things considered. Same with Buram United, who have been, I wouldn't say quiet, not the right word, but they're probably not as strong as maybe the first game of the night, then through the next 2. So that consistency that we used to see from them, not quite there. Let's go to our 4th game of the night, though. It is Vikendi for game number 4. Of course, Fury won Taego. Vikendi coming up now. After this, then we've got Miramar. So only 3 more games, Ross, for these Group C teams to pick up the points required. Obviously, as we kind of spoke about at length, Buram, X-Men doing great, but for, say, your Purple Moods, your NGEs, 3 games to maybe pick up another 20-30 points to maybe secure top 8.
Yeah, I like the way you described the Wrangle as a comfort pick as well for all these teams, because that's what it is. You're going into the last few games of the night, and they're not comfort picks. They're maps you might not be entirely happy with. Yeah, you might start to get a little nervous.
And we'll have to see how that plays out. It does put a bit of pressure for those teams, though, that I kind of just said. Your Purple Moods, your NGEs, especially your NGEs, who have, I think now like 6 or 7 games and only 12 points. They need way more than that. Into Vikendi we go. And it's time for your new generation esports to pick it up. It's time for Purple Mood as well to continue to pick up enough points to make it into the top 8. For everyone else from Group C, they are very much fighting tooth and nail. From then onwards, there's really not many teams that are going to be in the best of positions come the end of tomorrow night. So final opportunities to pick up some very valuable points. For Group B, it does kind of feel like they're starting to get cooking, Russell. The first game of Erangel was a bit quiet from them. No one was able to crack double digits, but as we've progressed, second game of Erangel, then into Taego, you can start to feel Group B is starting to have their presence established with this lobby.
As they absolutely should. We keep saying it's the stacked roster, or stacked group, sorry. And yeah, I think finally we're really seeing that prowess come to life in the form of Fury last game, which was absolutely fantastic ending, by the way. Last game, that was one of the most insane late games I've seen in a very long time. You always felt bad for Fury in that last game. Like, they always wanted something and they never really quite got it done. And even in that end game, they still had like a couple people knocked almost all the time. And so it seemed very stressful, but maybe not. Maybe I have to go back and watch Flood's stream and see if the comms were as stressful as the end game looked. But yeah.
So we head into Vikendi, pretty nice central plane path south to north. Everyone will very much get what they want from this one. And Vikendi, certainly a lot of fun yesterday. We had X-Men with that 18-kill win. Blizzard action as usual. Didn't get any bear action though, and I probably don't want to see any bear action, to be honest. So we'll see what tonight brings in terms of Vikendi. And certainly comes in as the map where, again, for certain teams, they may look at this, Russ, and go, how much time do we really want to commit to Vikendi? It hasn't been in as long as, say, Taego. It's only one game a night. Do we really put much stock into it? But you kind of have to, because it's still just like any other game, a good chance to get some valuable points, and that's the way you got to treat it.
Yeah. I mean, I know Luke was putting in as much work as he could to start to understand Vikendi. This is not entirely good for Nissi. He's using that pole to his advantage. He's still low HP. Day Trade's down the road as well. The rest of Day Trade, sorry, down that road. There's not really much substance on that pole that you can hide behind, so I think that was the inevitable result for Nissi. So 4-man bow, they lose one, and their woes continue. But yeah, on Vikendi, listen, these teams are going to be putting as much effort in as they can to understand it, and I think on the surface level, you're looking at what spots are good, what spots suck, what kind of rotation paths are we fond of, what rotation paths do we think are a little bit too hectic or not reliable. And then I guess some of these players as well will have access to be able to start custom games and get, 1 or 2 more players, and I don't know what the requirements are, and then just hover over the map. They can spend an hour or more just looking over every single ridge and dip on Vikendi, and you can guarantee a couple of these players, especially the IGLs or the teams that are delegated to do research, will have done that and just tried to learn it as much as they can. I mean, a big battle in PUBG is just understanding the terrain. If you're on edge, caught out of the circle, but you know a really good dip in the middle of the circle somewhere, that can be the difference of you qualifying, winning, you know, coming top 3. Like, it really is that simple sometimes.
Pixel Stars and Ramsiak Esports close by to each other here over towards the lumberyard. Bao LP gets the initial knock to kind of kick off this engagement. Nice shot as well from 6789. That was actually up close. He was fighting someone else, was Zhao Feng, and so he gets caught by the player that was at close range. Nade in hand for 6789. Can this connect? Oh my goodness. That actually makes its way down the other end of the building to get Capybara, who was trying to run away. And this has been a clean start for Ramsiak Esports. When we were kind of in the green room to start tonight, Russell was kind of taking you through some of these teams. And Ramsiak, I said, they get into these engagements, and boy, have they continued tonight. They love the early game fighting. Yeah,
It's been successful this time around. If you're fond of it, then I can assume you're probably pretty decent at it. If it's a tendency that you do, you would have owned your skills across your time doing it. And Pixel Stars just get ripped apart. A beautiful nade, a beautiful Bison knock as well. And they will continue moving as a 4-man unit, running to the last player of Pixel Stars. They're going to commit as well. They're chasing him down. Don't worry about losing one member if you're this committed. That could be one player going down, but look how quickly the other ones are to follow it up and get the trade. He's done good to get to, but he's so low. All it takes is a little gust of wind, and he's going to go down. Oh, or that Mouse could do it as well. No way. If he gets this one before done, I'm going to cry. No chance. Val will get him. It didn't look entirely dodgy, because you can guarantee the last 2 players up will get something done, but those first 2 knocks were pretty nice.
Yeah, no, a decent effort. Obviously, it's a case that he knows they're pushing him, and you can kind of just watch one of the doorways that they're both trying to rush through, gets the double knock. But Rapsiak, make no mistakes, very clean in the end to walk away with all 4 kills. No player deaths either. Show a couple of knocks, but that's not the end of the world. They'll be fine. First aid kit immediately for Tanahan on the ground, ready for him anyway. So 4 very valuable points. RXC, one of the teams from Group C that certainly need to pick up the pace. Probably starting to think maybe around 80 points is potentially the mark. So if that's the case, you need about 40 points from the last 3 games. Doable, but for a team like RXC, certainly will mean it'll take their absolute very best. Out to the west we go. Dino Led could very well feature here for Vikendi, as we have it kind of on the northern side, not mostly central, as Armory Gaming have also made their way over towards RXC. Shanks with the early shots. He leads from the front line of contact, and it forces RXC back. Of course, just finishing that last fight, still healing up. Thanahan half health. He'll get the first aid kit off, and they will be ready to go. Shanks up close. Kobe holding close. Hasn't given away position. Nice, easy headshot. Really well played from Kobe. He was more than fine to take the contact. Wasn't necessarily running, but just got back to a good position where he wanted then to take the fight.
Yeah, this is one of those fights you look at it from Armory Gaming's perspective and you go, is this worth it anymore? That fight that you wanted to third party was over 2 minutes ago, and now you're still committing, and you're probably just about to lose Shanks for your efforts. So maybe a little bit of indecisiveness or too much greed from Armory Gaming trying to get this done. They have spotted 6789, but he's got all the high ground and the work to back off. He's got that railing on the outside of that building to work with. He'll be able to back off and heal. They're still looking to try get the res onto Shanks. If they get a nice double heady from Dynasty or something like that onto Kobe, who's hiding in that warehouse, then they could get that res. But this is looking like too much of a bad commitment from Armory.
Well, they were the ones that started this engagement. They'll feel as if they want to be the ones to end it. Devastated with a nice knockdown at the banner hand. 6789 trying to maybe get one back onto Riz over on the other side of this little warehouse. And with the Ace 32, it can be very accurate. Devastated was very sharp. Even though he was playing the low ground outside the building, he was still able to get a very quick knock. And up close with DPS. What a switch. Kobe's down. Armory Gaming are now making this their fight. And RXC starting to succumb to the pressure. Yeah, they're going to lose these 2 players. And so for RXC, all of that good faith from the first fight win is now gone. In the second fight, they are very much losing it.
Yeah, RXC, with the world in their hands, really. As soon as Armory Gaming showed themselves, I believe they were in positions to potentially just stop Armory from doing anything. But off the back of a couple good knocks, Armory has found themselves in the driving seat. But now I don't think you commit. I mean, you have to push up to those couple of buildings. I just don't think it's worth it. You're probably going to lose one, especially with the building in the background, with the high ground. Actually, you know what? Now FW is getting involved. We can see Cerberus on the high ground. I think this is going to go beyond realms of analysis. I think this might just be chaos.
We might not leave this location for a long time at the lumberyard. It may be backfill into backfill and third party into third party. 2.5 minutes still till phase 2, but FW have come in quite quiet, if you will. They're not really making their presence known. And I think a large reason for that is the gunshots have actually kind of stopped. Armory Gaming, of course, have gotten their 2 kills, and the other 2 players for RXE have been able to get away. Well, there's the initial engagement, bot fluke knocked. So now FW, their position well and truly known. Armory Gaming are aware of this. James, don't want to get too over aggressive because it's a really big area to be fighting. It's a map within a map. Lots of different angles that need to be covered. The bot fluke immediately flush. Raze gets caught as well. And for one of the top teams from Thailand, FW have continued to start really slow in this tournament. Just the 9 points, now down to 2 players. Banana 1 and 6 sacks, not exactly known as the top fraggers for the FW either. So they are in a world of strife. It's going to be just 9 points from 4 games. A very slow start to the Asia Super Cup for FW Esports.
How is Armory Gaming the team that's come out on top of all of this? I don't understand how they... I mean, look, they committed, they were aggressive, they got it done. And there we go, finally some fighting back from the teams that are surrounding them right now. Sixax trying to do his best. He wants that flush. I think that molly was just too far to even get it. He's been put down low, and there's Cerberus on the background. So Armory Gaming gets kind of saved again. I don't know how they're the team that's coming out on top of all this, but you have to give them credit for the amount of work they put in. I suppose their footwork in and around all this industrial stuff has just been fantastic.
It certainly has been. So 9 minutes into the game, it's a minute away from phase number 2. And it has slowed down. Armory Gaming has benefited the most from the battle towards the lumberyard, up to 5 kills. Hisaki making noise, and Van is tracing off of said noise. And that is Hisaki dead. Guess what? First for Cerberus again. Russell, stats don't lie.
Yep, apparently not. As NGE getting that point as well. It looks like they're just trying to get aggressive. They hear all this shooting as well. They want to get involved. Doesn't matter if it's Cerberus or Armory. Doesn't matter where it is on the map. They've got a quota to reach to qualify it. They want to reach it. Although something like that in the open with only very thin trees. These aren't Erangel trees anymore. We're on Vikendi. They don't grow as big here. So a little bit more thin. And NG might lose Vang here, although maybe not. They put a car in front. They put a smoke down as well. And one of them's getting up on the ascender as well. So a little bit of cover to work with. Maybe they won't lose one.
Yeah, maybe not. There we go, south. No Dynaland this time. As Nova's just in, but not really going to be a place of interest. Tycoon was able to at least get a kill for Cerberus. So again, it kind of feels like, I keep saying it, repeating myself, but it might be, again, maybe a 4th game in a row where Cerberus will just scrape together these points. They're not going to be able to play as that 4-man roaming around, getting a 12-kill chicken dinner.
Yeah,
that just hasn't quite been their night for them in that aspect, but they're still just grinding points out. We know they're even better than this, and we know that they can keep their players alive, but it just hasn't quite happened for them tonight. But they're just so good. They're still on 22 points, even though on face value you might just be watching the games and think, oh, how have they got this many points? Well, they're just really good at scraping them together. NGE, on the other hand, well, again, it just is not working out for them. They've lost Fap, they've lost Van. 2 players as well. Those 2 in particular were sensational yesterday, Russell, to begin with. Fap and Van were nuts. Hakai was good as well. Those first 2 games, NG looked like the team to beat. Since then, they've been beaten really easily as Alec gets run over by Flucky. And so, unfortunately for AAP, they also, like a couple of other teams, now down to just the 2 players wounded in a lobby that is losing players pretty quickly.
You can tell NG are trying, though. They recognize their situation. They're trying to get things done. It's just not panning out. They're trying to get as aggressive as they can and spread out as much as they can to look to third party, but everyone around them seems to be in perfect positions to take them out one by one, similarly to Cerberus as well. The situation Cerberus is in is very telling of a team that is going into a tournament with a lot of confidence, and then they try doing their normal play style of getting aggressive and taking fights as solos, maybe duos, but they're getting shut down, and you can tell maybe they're a little bit shell-shocked by it, like, oh, we're not really used to this happening. But then, of course, you see their stoicism and the expectations that we have for them in the fact that they're able to scrape together a ton of points even as a duo. So maybe it's just about cleaning up that scrappy early game, or maybe playing a bit more passive, keeping 4 alive to the end game, and then we'll finally see the full activation of Cerberus.
Ticked over 12 minutes. And yeah, I think, yeah, I agree. There's more to Cerberus that can be activated. It might not be tonight, could be tomorrow night, could be later on in the grand finals. And even then, they're a good enough team that can qualify to the grand finals even without playing at their very best. Tycho knocked down, though, not ideal. You can play very well as 3, but once you go down to 2, it becomes an entirely different ballpark in PUBG. Nice pick up for Pain, and that's a nice pick up as well for X-Men. Unfortunately, NG, I think, wanted to get a piece of that, not going to be able to do so. Just the 1 kill for them, as Hakai and Hung Fong do on the rotate for New Generation, as they have just, again, not been able to click into gear. And it gets to the point, at what point do we just say the first 2 games were the exception? As now Huang Long also gets caught, runs into Flood. First kill of the game for Fury, and that means for Cerberus, this might not be the kind of game where they actually scrape together much. Just the 2 kills, now down to the solo player. It's not going to be a game where they're going to be, you know, able to scrape together 6 to 7 points or so, and we'll definitely feel the effects of losing out here on Vikendi.
Absolutely. Buram, on the other hand, very nicely spread in the center of that zone. LPL_play for the map stream if you want to see Buram spread at the moment. But it's absolutely fantastic, and they're a team that can pull that stuff off. Flood could get caught out here by Dahlia. Back in the car, that might have been a headshot in another universe, but it wasn't. And I think for that reason, Flood is able to get away. No second shot landed either. Dahlia, a golden opportunity missed to weaken a team that's right next to them, a team that they could end up fighting later on in the end game, and this has gone north. So that Brew split that I mentioned a few seconds ago has paid off. Now they have an option to choose from. If you'd gone south, then they would have gone the other way, but you can see them rotating in the background as Ryusei takes some shots at NGE. That's Brew regrouping. Oh, nice little crate for Ryusei as well. And NGE stuck at a shack, in smoke, 1 down, Balti being shot at your direction. I mean, what else is there to say about NGE? It seems like every spot they get into is just dire.
Yeah, for the start of the game and then to the middle portion of the game, it's not been good. Buram have been able to get themselves probably into the prior compound for phase 3. Kind of still south. Not exactly bullseye location. That's probably where Daytrade actually kind of find themselves, and it is only the duo for Daytrade. 13 teams, 40 alive, so it's a very wounded lobby. A lot of duos running around. Obviously, the solo is still for RXC as well. A couple of trios, as is the case probably similar to Tago. Vikendi, even so, has those rotational issues. Phase 3, so many players dead. Whereas I think some of our Erangel games tonight, I think it was maybe game 1, it was by this point we still had like 60 players alive. There goes the solo that I just mentioned. A little bit of a curse for Raptiek Esports. Bal LP as Poochills will pick up the kill. Much needed 1 for Daytrade. They got 3. Remember, they are still just the duos. 4-man boat rotating by a couple teams. Fury getting involved. Sneak attack. Knocked and finished by Plucky. Full mood. Good start to this fight, but it's Nan and Ultra bots that get swept up really comfortably by Fury. Not really offering much there at all for AAP. And they will remain on 17 points once again at the conclusion of Vikendi.
Unfortunate for Sneak Attack. It was very clean from the rest of Fury. It sucks to die in a fight like that, a fight that your team so easily cleaned up and you just died. For what reason? Why? Maybe you were just unlucky. Either way, he'll be calling from the background, doing his best to maintain composure in the Fury comms. And they'll, I guess, try their best from their spot. Fury and PLM very close to each other, but both have a lot of room to work with on that western side. 4-man bow, complete opposite. Not much room to work with. Stuck in a bowl, FTF on the high ground just next to them. You can tell if Man was to look over, if he had the freedom to do that, which I don't think he does, then a couple of the 4-man bow members would be free for the taking. All prone behind cars. Sucks to be in this spot in phase 3. Phase 3, you should be fighting for a decent spot, but sometimes you just have to send it, and you end up with a spot like this.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to just take what you can get. Man, oh, he just peeks over that hill, and he stops a little too still.
He got
Dahlia,
one.
very close to getting that kill. Very, very close. And always that lesson as to why you don't really want to be standing still. Throws out the smoke, probably anticipating shots to come back. But man, obviously going to take some time to heal on up. Ryusei got eliminated. So again, further bad news for 4-man bow. Down to 2 and a massive shift. Well, the good news, it's away from the blizzard that is currently progressing in the map down to the southwest. The bad news is Buram's Prio compound does not get fed, but the Expendables, good news for them, it does. And they're now in a really solid position moving forward from phase 4 onwards as a 4-man in that compound, 2-2 split up towards the hill. That is as prior location as you can have on any map.
Yeah, absolutely. TE in a fantastic spot. Looks like they're getting kind of shot at from Arctic start. Maybe they didn't realize that would be a problem for them. They want this freedom so badly, but they're not being allowed it. and they don't want to have to back down to that compound. That is submitting,
Oh
but
my
maybe
God.
you're going to have to. If Yuno's going to hit shots like that, they're going to cause this much pressure. Maybe you just have to back off a little bit and reconsider your position.
Yeah,
They'll be lucky to get that res and TE, but I think, yeah, they're going to have to go back down to that compound and go, okay, where are we actually allowed to play here?
Yeah, Arctic's coming out of Dino Land. I mean, it doesn't look that far on the map, but we could see it there, and visually, it's quite a distance. That's a long shot, good headshot, and with smoke starting to plume as well. I mean, that is not an easy shot. Well hit.
Good intuition.
I think they have been able to get the revive, though, for the Expendables back up to 4. So at the very least, they get that. As we go back over to Armory Gaming, we've seen a bit of them so far tonight. The 6 kills, a lot of them through Dynasty. Shanks, though, pushes up close. Nordra catches him in the blizzard that is formed out of the southwest of this map. Nordra also gone. Shanks, because of him, and now can push forward. And the rest of Buriram quite vulnerable. Kanaxi will fall. James, fire won't do enough. Down to 1 HP in the blizzard, and the blue is going to be coming soon as well because it started moving. Minute and 15 seconds. They can't stay here forever. Dynasty, James, and that's another good job from Armory Gaming. They've got to find Can, but again, with this blizzard, it's so hard to do so.
Yeah, Armory Gaming have done so well in spots where they don't necessarily have the advantage, but they've been playing them so damn good. Can here highlight in game 1, a fantastic clutch. But he doesn't have the backup of his team at the moment. Ed is the other one who had a fantastic day 1. I think he's one of the highlights on Buriram as well. Fantastic player. Just those 2 remaining, and everyone's stuck inside the blizzard for the moment. And I'm honestly kind of surprised at the amount of action we had in this blizzard. I suppose everyone knew the positions of players before the blizzard actually activated, and so they were able to get some fights off. But usually it's just kind of everyone sitting still, waiting for people to make a move. You don't really get much action inside them. Not the case this time round. Can's on the outside as well, and here's X-Men coming in the backside as well. This is just chaos. Look at the mini-map. All the teams in this spot on the map are concentrated towards this compound. Is that X-Men backing off? Maybe they don't want anything to do with this fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think they could be worried about the backside of them. Purple Mood have got a nice little hill that they could look down if X-Men push over and then start getting shot at. Not only could it give their position away, but then they're not really going to be in the best position to fight themselves at that compound, of which they don't really have a lot of information. Can the solo. 7 kills for Brew this game. It's been probably job done territory for them. Again, they're very close to hitting triple digits, which will be more than enough to make the top 8. So they're sitting quite comfortable. No worries for them if they do go out early. There goes Fury, gone in 11th. Quiet game from them, just the 3 kills. Dynasty is going to get knocked here, and that's going to be the end of him and the end of Armory Gaming's match. 9 kills, though. A lot of similarities here for a couple of teams where they're picking up a lot of these kills going out early, but that's fine. Armory Gaming will be more than happy with that. 27 points from them and a good start to their campaign. Of course, from Group B, they're in a really solid position heading into tomorrow and heading into the last 2 games tonight. So they'll be more than content with the way things played out on Vinkendi. As Hakai gets a knock on to Upchen and much needed points for NGE, but only as the duo. Hard to expect they're going to be able to get too much more from this match.
Upstairs. Smokes to delay? Maybe doesn't have smokes. Those flashes come out, but they have to be perfect. And Can is fully blind, but he pulled out a nade.
What?
I don't know what happened there, but Hakai got the trade. But that is definitely a situation where you should not have pulled out a nade, probably, most likely. I don't quite know what happens. I'm actually kind of lost for words there. Yeah, gone. I mean, they were going to die anyway, looking at that, even if they had kept 2 up. But still, yeah, very awkward, I suppose.
No way, we'll move straight over to Arctic's Gaming. Yeah, they were able to benefit from that, but then the Expendables finally were able to deal with the thorn in their side. They actually sent Brownie and 777 over towards Dinoland to deal with Arctic's Gaming. So they gave up that hill that we originally sold them at, Russ, where they had the 2-2 split, compound plus hill. They give up the hill, they keep the compound, but they went and dealt with Arctics. The good news is you go and get those kills, and there is only 1 player left now in Urka, so he's been able to get towards that hill. Tanvu's pushing back, and this has been a really good game from the Expendables to not overcommit. They lost 1 player. They've been able to clear out the rest of Arctics. Purple Mood, though, on the other side of this hill, as you can see on the mini-map to the bottom right hand of your screen, they're pushing in as well. So expecting the Expendables and Purple Mood to do battle here.
Absolutely. Esqualesia will take what he can from that crate.
There's crates everywhere.
Yeah. That one's his closest. Maybe you want to go for some more. There's even one over his rock, but right now the focus is the fight. You don't want to take your attention away from it. Looks like Purple Mood Could end up getting Gunners stuck on this hill. Wouldn't be the first time tonight we've seen a team up on a high ground hill just get absolutely pincered between multiple different teams and just fully crumble, fully fall apart. And when it's a team like TE on one side, you know they're going to make that push and you know they're going to make it absolutely perfectly. Tanvu opens it up. Esqualesia completely caught in the open, but that's a good nade to trade it back by Fluky. TE, they've got time to recover though.
Yeah, loved that little entry nade for the Expendables. It landed, then they were able to push, and through the explosion and the chaos, they got the knock, but good nade back from Purple Mood. They've got that high ground advantage. TE know that this is a really difficult fight, not going to be an easy one. Revive coming through. Duckjuice just hoping and praying. Brownie's back over towards the compound, and yeah, he can keep an eye on this as they push over, but he has to basically wait for Purple Mood to actually push over. That's the main cause for concern, and if they do push over, they've got best position. So we'll see what happens here, but Duckjuice just holding the angle. Well, Tanvu can heal up. Right side, that one knocked out. Really good shot from Duckjuice. Cleaned, and that smoke helping as well. Wants to go for the flush, and will do so. Thanawa very low on health. Expendables, again, through their sheer patience, is able to get through a very difficult and tricky situation.
Yeah. What a flick from Duckjuice. That's very quick and necessary. He's one of the top fraggers. We know him for his ability. That was kind of disastrous for Thunders. Couldn't get that done, caught completely off guard. And now Daytrade want to get something done here, necessary for them. Purple Mood, this is exactly what we thought would happen. Stuck in between two different teams. One now has the high ground, one has the side next to you, and you are completely caught in between them. Now fall, they might fall slowly, never mind, they'll fall quickly. Tanvu now, he's going to take the rock they were previously at and take the fight to Daytrade, who need this quite desperately if they want any chance of qualifying, but that's so quick. How are these players so quick? Tonight, it's all been just the most rapid kills I've ever seen in my life, but there's a trade back and more of a chance for Pooches to get involved.
That's the new age PUBG, mate. They've taken it up a notch from your time. They are absolutely clean with it these days. They don't miss that often. Poochills, though, last alive for Daytrade. Smokes to go out to provide some cover. Just avoided that nade, but not enough to then avoid the blue as well, and he goes down. So fourth place for Daytrade. And from the future, now in a commanding position, top of the hill, 4 players up, but I would not be discounting the Expendables. Already shown more than enough in this match tonight that they can withstand, they can push through, even as a trio. They are more than good enough, but it's going to take their best, their very best, still low. Not sure what their med supplies are like either. And high ground is with FTF. Look at that rotate from Delta Mix, though. That should seal it. He's going to have absolutely the eagle eye on their location. He should be able to absolutely make this life very difficult for them. Dahlia could then get second for 4-man boat. He's been spotted anyway. FTF, this game is wrapped up nicely for them.
It's so good for FTF. They just kind of walked into this one, haven't they? Fought a bit, take the top of the hill. Everyone else has already killed themselves long ago. Then he might get stuck in the blue. Brownie might be able to get him. Oh, don't fall apart, FTF. Do not fall apart now. You should, and look at this position. Visually, this does not pass the eye test for TE to win. It just doesn't. There's no way that TE should be able to get out of this spot in smokes, in the blue, stuck behind rocks, but FTF are giving way too much up at the moment.
Well, there goes KDR. I mean, it might not lead to a win for the Expendables, but yet it's another point, and they're into second place. All valuable points being collected. The Expendables have been tremendous tonight. And that, though, is an FTF win, and they needed it, Russell, absolutely, for a team from Group C that didn't have the best of nights last night, and certainly behind the 8 ball in terms of acquiring enough points to make top 8. That just keeps them in the race, as they have got 2 more games to try and scrape together another 20 to 30 points to have a chance of making it directly to the grand finals.
I mean, you're going to hope they do it as well. The team that won PUBG Challenger Rumble, not necessarily one of the most top teams in the APAC region, but definitely a team that can qualify in the top 8. So we'll see. We'll see what can happen. But another exciting endgame. I don't think I actually, if I was ever offered to go to NA or something, I think I'd turn it down. APAC is just too exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably been like that for a little while with APAC. Certainly a lot of fun. When these teams get scrapping, it's been obviously a great night again. Yesterday was just as fun, Russell, if not maybe more, because we had some really good games there too. Tonight's been great. Tomorrow night, I'm sure we'll follow suit. So far, it's been good for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. For FTF, It's a little withdrawn excitement. Big win for them. We need a little bit more, though, in Miramar if they're going to have any chance of top 8. As we know, of course, they're not going to be playing tomorrow night. Group C will be done. So with that win, I think it puts them to around the high 40s, something like 48 points. I think they probably need about 80-ish. So can they go and get maybe the last 30 points or so in the last 2 games? Doable. It's going to take a really good effort. We'll see if they can do it. Of course, when we go to the break, when we come back, on the other side, we start heading to Miramar.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but there it's on 5. Get away
hang on, this nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Big win from the future on Vikendi as they come away with, I believe, their first win of the tournament so far, and a much-needed one at that. Any chance of making top 8 by the end of the group stage? They desperately needed points now, and even probably still going into Miramar, which is where we're going to be heading to next, Russell. 2 more games to go tonight, which means it's only 2 more games for those in Group C.
Yeah, I feel like I have to remind myself of the teams that might actually not end up qualifying. But yeah, absolutely right. Necessary points for FTF. And there's a couple other teams that are going to need those points as well. And you kind of hope that they're capable on Miramar. Miramar is one of those maps, I feel like, at least in my experience playing, it's one of those maps where it's really 50-50. One game you're like, oh my God, we're Miramar gods. And then the other one, it's like, we know absolutely nothing about this map. It's just the way it kind of plays out, I suppose. There's a lot of high ground, a lot of territory to claim. So you're hoping that at least one of these teams that's on the cusp is consistent.
Yeah, I agree with that pretty wholeheartedly. I also think Miramar too lends itself to being a much slower map in nature to begin with, especially when you come out of like Tago and Vikendi, which has a lot of this rotational fighting and a lot of this kind of like tree line fighting, or like in Vikendi's case, there's a lot of building, so teams kind of take that close quarter combat. We saw that in Lumberyard in the last game. We saw a lot of it yesterday as well. Then we switched to Miramar, and the map is just massive. And there's also a lot of terrain that you can play, so therefore there's less fighting, and there's also still a lot of those buildings too. So Miramar, for me, in the early portion is very, very slow and passive, but that then means it obviously ramps up by the mid game. There's just so many teams, you can't fit them all in, and depending on the way the circle shifts, Miramar can then actually lean itself into probably being one of the more chaotic maps in the mid and late game, but the early game can be a bit of a snooze fest.
Miramar is a map with a lot of barriers that teams have to overcome. You said that you can get chaotic circles. I fully agree. And it's because the verticality of the terrain on Miramar means there's barriers for teams to overcome when they want to get from one side of the circle to the other. And that just causes choke points. It causes intersections where teams collide. It means you can't get over certain pieces of terrain. It just means you're going to get stuck, without many options a lot of the time. So Miramar's great for that, but it's also probably one of the reasons why I feel like it can be 50-50 for teams, is because sometimes those barriers are just way too much to overcome.
I was just having a very quick look at the B and C group standings, just individually for tonight. We haven't quite had the update for round 4, but just from the first 3 games, a lot of dominance actually from those Group C teams coming through from X-Men and Bururam. And then it kind of changes a little bit. Then it goes to like Fury and the Expendables. So they kind of then come through as those Group B teams that I think probably no one is necessarily surprised. But after 3 games played tonight, NG had 5 points. That was second last. So again, the woes for them have continued. But one team in particular I kind of want to very quickly touch on as we head into Miramar is probably FW Esports, Russell, because I expected a little bit more from them coming into this tournament. Finished second in the Thai series at the end of last year. Missed out on PGC by 1 point because they played 1 less game. Had they finished top, they would have taken that automatic Thai PGC slot. They would have overtaken Theraton 5. They had the best average placing points as well in the PUBG Thai series too. One of the best players in Raze. They've been a little underwhelming. I'm just being completely honest. I kind of wanted to see a little bit more from them. We talk about Thanatol from Theraton 5. Raze performed just as good as him in the last Thai series. So for a team that I had high expectations for coming in to this particular event, I don't think we've seen them at their best. I'm kind of hoping though that maybe they're saving their best for last. Maybe Miramar is where they can turn it around.
Yeah, and I think a team like FW, obviously we are kind of unfamiliar with them. They've been around for a while, but when they come into a tournament like this, you're kind of thinking they're just going to come out guns blazing with a ton of confidence and just show what they have. We obviously want to see Raze living up to the expectations that he's set for himself, being as bragging heavy as he is. So it is disappointing to see them in 12th. I feel like they're a team that potentially, if we were to see them win a game, 15 kill win, it'd probably be one of the most exciting games of the tournaments if my instincts are true, but we just haven't seen it yet. And it's honestly surprising. I would expect, I think we have that.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. And I think it's going to be one to watch as we get into Miramar. Just the 9 points from 4 games for FW Esports, and only really beating, at least from Group B, Pixel Star and Arctic Arctics Gaming from Japan. And I guess keeping that as maybe a little bit of a talking point here as well, just above them is Nosh, the other team from Japan. So Arctics, Nosh, not doing too well. Of course, Pixel Stars from Taiwan also struggling a little bit to begin with, but they've got a couple more games, whereas Nosh has already played the full 6. Pixel Stars, FW, and AX still have got 2 more to go, but we're starting to kind of see the lobby shape up. And the good thing as well, when we conclude tonight, is we're going to actually have the same amount of games played between Group A and Group B. So in terms of tomorrow night, at least they'll be on the same amount of games played. So we'll know kind of who's doing well from those respective groups.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point. Arctic's sharing loss with AAP. And they are sharing. There's no one looking to get involved with each other, which is probably a smart move for both these teams. But looks like Arctics are going to be the ones with a distinct advantage when it comes to the rotate, as that circle has popped all the way to the eastern side of the map. I don't think we're going to get an island circle. It would be quite unlikely, as much as we probably want it to happen. It's not too far out on the water. But Arctics, yeah, they'll rotate in. X-Men, you're kind of hoping for Arctics that they don't run into whatever compound X-Men choose to kind of group up at, or you're maybe, if you're Arctics, you're kind of expecting, okay, we can catch Pain out, we can catch Sophia out solo right now, but looks like they're taking their time. So no early rotates, unless you're close to the circle. As you can see, Kanaxi going in, trying to find a spot to take, and a couple of the teams up on that north too, realizing that they have circle prio, we may as well take it.
Yeah, well, odds to sort of play out here, and I'm kind of looking, I've just been looking at the leaderboard to sort of see, especially for those Group A teams, and the fact that T5 and ExoClan are still in 3rd and 4th, I think there's actually a fair chance they're going to be in the top 8 going into tomorrow night, which is staggering. It probably means, I don't want to say it, but it probably means that they're very much almost locked in without even having to play another 6 games. You can imagine 2 teams of that caliber, what they're going to be able to do. I honestly don't think they really need much at all. Like, as long as they just don't walk into tomorrow night and get 0 points, they probably only need, I'm going to say 10 to 15. Probably 10 to 15 points, not even, maybe just 10 points will do the job. So they'll be sitting very comfortable going into tomorrow night. Very curious to see what T5 and EXO will do up against, obviously, these top teams from Group B, if you will. For Buriram and X-Men, definitely think that they are already going to be going through as well. And then from there, it's up in arms. We've got no idea. From Purple Mood down, could still be anyone's game as we head into our 2 games of Miramar tonight. Watching Archangel Predator on the rotate over out of the major city of Los Leones. They are going to go just north of that, although, of course, with this circle, they'll go far and away beyond this position on the map. Close by, the Expendables, they've heard this. And Nan just also wants to get himself an extra vehicle into the Marauder he goes, but you can see the way he's just panning his camera to the left side. I think they might have heard the Expendables, although the way that they're driving, they're clearly going to have nothing to do with Duck Juice and 777 that were just there. Arctics have also just vacated this particular area, so interesting that we have this kind of information. AAP very much surrounded by 2 other teams.
I was going to say, I'm getting nervous watching this. Looks like Arctics is kind of getting out of there, though. Oh, God. Carly's hit the hay belt, and AAP know exactly where he is. And so you're kind of now just assuming, because TE is off on that western side of AAP, or maybe they never had information on them to begin with, maybe they never got the inkling, they can actually take... honestly, I forget the name of that compound. Either way, they can take that compound, get the side angle onto Carly, and probably take him out. But luckily, one of the Arctics members is back up in there to stop that from happening. I think that's good instincts, knowing that that is an eventuality, most likely, if AAP were to recognize that it's free. So Carly might live. I don't know what happened to his car. Looks like he's getting a pickup, though. So it either flipped or too much damage, whatever it is. He can't get out of there. Tires pop, something like that. But he's got backup. He's got someone to pick him up. And he'll get out of there safely, which is honestly disaster avoided. But with AAP's rotational direction, they still might run into each other.
It's going to sound really crazy, but losing a vehicle as well, not ideal on a map like Miramar, which ends up a lot of the times in those kind of hay bales, and you do need to make those kind of car forts. So if they can find another one at some point, that would be certainly ideal. We saw that from Archangel Predator. They had a double-stacked vehicle, dropped one out, got a second one, had 4 overall, which was probably what you want on a map like Miramar. So yeah, very eastern side of game, lots of water, about 30% of the water still in play, which is quite significant for a map like Miramar at times. I doubt it's going to go to those islands, but it's certainly something that could eventuate. It's not impossible, but it's very unlikely. Duststorm has also made its way in on this very location. It's like the game knows these guys are in and around this location fighting, trying to get out. And for Arctics Gaming, this just makes life even more miserable. But fortunately, the Duststorm already starting to go past them. The good thing about the Duststorm and Miramar, it doesn't quite linger on that kind of singular location the way that a Blizzard certainly can. Can be annoying. I've never been a fan of them. I'll openly say that. Duststorm, Bears, Blizzard, get them out. It's kind of like OG red zones, should never be in the game. But fortunately for Arctics, they actually get out of this situation after losing that vehicle, crashing into a hay bale. They don't lose anybody, and now they're the ones that are able to take some shots from this compound.
Yeah, fully agree. You and me both. Limit the RNG as much as you can. These players already have enough to worry about. And NGE, oh no. Again, stuck in between multiple different teams. If they had rotated this way when the Duststorm was on, they might have actually not lost Vang. But they didn't. It was just off to their side as they were rotating through. And so they lose Vang. And honestly, they're separated on the map as well. They are completely split up. I think a couple members got past all this chaos and one is stuck behind. You can see him down there fighting in that long building compound. 4 HP to his name. It'd be a miracle if he's able to get out. He's going to have to take a different rotate path to what he would probably want to take just to avoid getting shot out of this car. And you can tell that he might even just run into a different team coming from a completely different direction. Now, don't knock yourself out of the car. Oh, it's 2 players here. So only 1 got through and 2 of them are now stuck at this gas station with not much HP to their name, but maybe a second chance, although Day Trade is coming up on the south.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? If you were to kind of like take away their first 2 games and then reshuffle the leaderboard, they just plummet down to the bottom 4.
Yeah.
And you'd be probably not really paying much attention to them. But they're still, even despite the struggles that they've had since those original 2 games yesterday, in a position where if they can find a way to just turn their fortunes around, have just 2 good games, that's still all they probably need.
Yeah.
And they can probably get themselves into the top 8. And that speaks volumes to obviously the start that they did have for this tournament. And unfortunately speaks volumes to what has transpired since then. We've had a pickup system as well. Little alert there from the future, who were all the way up towards the water treatment location. Have been able to now get themselves very much to the coastline. They've gone straight towards the very far east, right on top of the water at the moment, or close to it. So they'll be coming in playing the very eastern coastline. And obviously, a lot of teams are going to take some pot shots, but these are very ambitious, but good shooting practice. And hey,
ambitious,
there
hey?
you go.
Ambitious, hey?
Oh, what am I watching?
How dare you down
Oh my
Khan?
God. Those are not
so
easy to hit.
To kill. Nah. With an M16 as well, you got to give him a little bit more credit. No DMR this time around.
Okay, Tarnish is not hitting from here, surely. he's got the mini. He's even got better gun, 6x as well. He's so much further away.
Too far away, yeah.
Bro, he unscopes and you just can't even see them.
Yeah. Well, nice shots from Khan.
Yeah,
a little bit of highlight. I feel like that gives him a ton of confidence going into this, potentially. Get a little bit of a warm-up going at the start of the game. That's always something you can do. Just take some pot shots with the team.
Even as a team, though, when you're in Buren's position, and you know us, you've been at that kind of level where you're going to qualify for the next tournament or part of the tournament. Like, you don't even have to have any kind of stress or worries. You could just play so much more free.
Have fun, but also now this is kind of a perfect time to put into practice whatever you want to. I don't know if they're going to do that, but if they wanted to, this is a real competitive setting where teams are doing what they would in competitive games. So if you've got something you want to try or something you want to put some practical science into effect, so then now's the time to do it. You got the freedom to do it. And it's not like you're going to throw away games for it either. Not if you're Buriram. Good rotate though from FTF on that emergency parachute. Very simple, but it is the soft side of zone, and you can see on the map stream as well. They've got a ton of freedom to work with, so fantastic from them. We're not really seeing much action apart from the NGE player that was lost. It's been kind of quiet.
So a little bit of southern shift. We say goodbye to the vast majority of that water. We don't go up north to Al Azhar, and we go down to the south towards Impala, and there's pickup systems everywhere. One of them, though, is NGE, and they're already in an actually okay position. So I don't know why they've gone and used this. That's a little bit strange. Maybe you just get... Well, you can abandon it, but also if they didn't want to abandon it straight away. You could go up and then drop immediately and just get info, but then you're also very vulnerable to everyone else. I think they make the right call. They just straight up abandon it. They get the circle shift. They maybe weren't anticipating to actually get that circle shift. I think they were maybe thinking it was going to go to the north and went for the pickup system early. In fact, Hung Fong Du is going to go with it. My anticipation here is just going to get information, scout, and then drop immediately.
Yeah, that's what he should do. Shouldn't go any further than the line his team has created on that south. I feel like that's one of those moments where maybe they've set up the emergency parachute. Yeah, all right, good. They've set up the emergency parachute, and then they notice, hey, that long wheeling compound's free. And then they're like, all right, screw the emergency parachute, we'll just go take this compound. Because yeah, it would have fit the narrative if NGE went up in that emergency parachute, then they realized, oh, the long building compound's free, and then they came down to it, but they got ripped apart in midair. It would have fit the narrative, but it would have been devastating to watch. So luckily, they make the smart play, abandon the emergency parachute, and have all three safe inside that compound, which is a solid position on the southern side. And the amount of times we've seen it shift all the way south here and put that compound in the center of the zone, I wouldn't put it past them getting a nice feed here.
Isaki still alive, and with that, Cerberus maybe could be finding their feet already, because I tell you what, all games tonight, it feels like they've been down to 3 players within the first 15 minutes. So
yeah,
maybe this could be the game for them. Fingers crossed for Cerberus, because quite honestly, I kind of want to just see them flex their muscles. We know how good they are. Had a tremendous PGC grand final, finished 6th overall, or 6th or 7th it was.
7th.
But yeah, 7th, close enough. I think it was 6th in the winners bracket. Yeah, that's why. So yeah, I mean, but even that 6th in winners bracket, 7th overall. Talk about a high level of consistency, because you have some teams that do very well, say in the winners bracket, and then can't quite translate that into the grand final.
Like Day Trade, I think.
I think also Theraton Fire. Theraton Fire finished 3rd in the winners bracket and then finished 2nd last in grand finals. So a really good example as to the level that we typically come to expect now from Cerberus. Being watched though by Buram, who've got really nothing to lose here, just playing out the last 2 games for the night. They'll get tomorrow off, and then we'll see them back next. Actually, I don't even know when we'll see them, to be honest, because they go straight to the grand final, so they get to skip all of that last chance qualifier bracket. Fortunately for Armory Gaming, no Shanks this game, who did some really good work back on Vikendi. Armory Gaming so far has had a good night, 27 points from Group B. It may look like they're low on the leaderboard, but again, they've got tomorrow to play as well, so they're in a good position. As Nordra, well, he just ate that mortar strike. I don't know if human beings can actually survive that, but he has.
No shrapnel in PUBG. It's only the explosion blast, and that's it. It'll take him down a decent amount. He is scared right now. Those are pretty damn accurate. The first few weren't too good, but the last 2 were very scary. Although only limited ammo in that mortar, so I think he'll probably remain with the same amount of confidence he did before those strikes hit. You mentioned Cerberus, and I was just about to mention that Road Ridge is not a position you would assume would lead to keeping 4 people up, especially if the circle becomes chaos and teams get angles on you like you saw on that unplayable. And we just saw Cerberus get knocked in the kill feed. But right now, we're focusing on the expendables. They've got a team above them, and it's become very common at this specific warehouse. I don't know why. I guess because it's mostly in the center, in zones like this. Teams just share it. One team on the roof, one team inside the warehouse, and you just kind of live your life as if you are the same team. It's very frustrating to see, though, because you know one of them is going to end up off worse. But I guess when you have no other choice from the emergency parachute, a roof where you're totally safe will have to do.
I said before this game that Miramar does play slow. Only 3 deaths inside the first 15 minutes played really does signify just that. But as we continue on, phase 4 onwards, it will pick up. And we've seen these kind of Impala circles. Well, not so much as Impala, but the west outside of Impala. Lots of fields. And anytime you get field finishes on Miramar, it becomes extremely difficult. We're sending into hay bales. We're going prone. We're trying to play these kind of prio buildings and use the scouting as much as possible. Hung Fong Du just gets a freebie. Fab had no idea. Basically just walked into his gun. And Hung Fong Du's like, all right, I guess I'll take the kill. Brew get a big wipe as well onto 4-man boat. Might come with a cost, though. That cost is going to be Cannon Edie, and that's Evil Patrick's and Alton Box. 2 massive kills for AAP. They've been a little slow to start tonight, but big kills for them, and it gets them up to 19 points for Archangel Predator.
Brew not entirely loving life. That's a spot where you want to get smokes up as soon as you can, and you've got to make sure that your car fort is fantastic. Late game, that spot is obviously a lot better because you don't have these Impala angles, you don't have the high ground angles, but right now, well, you see what happens. You lose 3 players for just sending it to that spot, so maybe Brew had no other choice, but they cop the consequences of choosing that position, and AAP and a couple other teams will reap the reward of it. Nordra, though. Wait, where is Nordra? Oh, Nordra's on the unplayable. That's right. I forgot about him. They didn't lose 3. They only lost 2. And now Nordra has to kind of recover this along with Canaxi. Purple Mood, they're out of the compound. They've got ditches in the field to play, but before they even go there, they're going to pop Flood's ties and see if they can get something done.
Tycon landing some nice shots onto Flucky, though. Keeps him honest and vulnerable. Flood, he's left out in the open, jumping up and down, running around with his head cut off. Flood's going to go down, so is Luke 12, and Purple Mood and Arctics will split 1 for 1. Never mind. Thunder gets greedy. He'll get them both. Says, thank you very much, Arctics, and Purple Mood will capitalize up to 66 points for them. Remember, Group C team, so this is their last 2 games to be played for the group stage for Purple Mood Esport. Now, 66 is not a guarantee, but it puts them certainly in the conversation that, you know, they'll probably be watching tomorrow. By the time we get back to Miramar, they'll be maybe around 6, 7, or 8 and holding on for dear life. And that's a shift. My goodness. Over towards Road Ridge for Cerberus. Arctics at the compound has got himself pro Pyro. NGE as a trio. This is the kind of game you need to get the points as the Expendables and RXE go toe-to-toe. 1-for-1 trade. Duck Juice low. Flashing. Needs to get a heal on. Brownie and 777 already down. Good shot from Tabu. He'll get a second. Kobe. Oh my goodness. He wins that.
So close.
I think he was on 1 HP. Massive from Kobe, and RapsX Esports have been absolutely amazing in that fight. They get the annihilation on the Expendables. That's a huge fight win for them.
Not an early game fight for RXE, but they'll still win it regardless. TE, you could see them winning in any other universe, but RXE put on a show, a good nade, and a fantastic look like Tambu was going to get that second kill, but wasn't meant to be. And I think Nordra is trying to cover Canaxi as Daytrade dive into his dip, but he's too far away on top of that unplayable. Nothing he can do. FTF will happily take some of the kills from this, though, as they enter. This car fort is going to be a little bit better than what Brew had set up here before, and the circle is obviously shrinking a little bit. Dynasty and the rest of Armory Gaming is going to get it, needed to. He's got a couple more members of FTF to get through.
Or James catches him at the back, forces Dynasty to just kind of rethink about his position, evaluates, and goes to the heel. Smart choice. The back Teddy. Oh, he just stands up, and that's his head vulnerable as the last one alive and from the future. They get annihilated as well. All 4 kills go the way for Armory Gaming. Very valuable points, and I think puts them now in a very strong position, along with the Expendables, along with Fury, from Group B, heading into tomorrow. Those 3 are going to be looking to eventually end up in that top 8. So it's been a standout performance from Armory Gaming tonight, as Dynasty wants to get going, doesn't want to linger inside of Impala when it's not going to be inside of the next zone. Blue zone coming, minute 10 seconds, and they want to get moving. They have been really fun to watch for Armory's sake tonight. Savage Men Esports, 89 points, and in a similar conversation to Beer Around, job done. It's about just having fun for the last 2 games.
Have fun, try what you can. Speaking of Brewer Ramp, Nordra up on top of this unplayable. Blue's on backpack at the moment, but eventually that's going to run out, and eventually he's going to have to parachute off of those unplayables. Maybe in another game, this unplayable would have reaped a lot more rewards, but it is unplayable for a reason, and it gets shifted off almost all the time, unless the circle messes up. But not this time round. Naraja, he's hoping for 1, but I don't think X-Men, with the caliber of what we've seen them do, I don't think they're going to give up an easy kill like this to someone they know is here, and someone as free as Naraja. As soon as he peeks up, that head is probably gone to Tarnish or any other of the 4 members of X-Men who are probably all looking this way at the moment, except for Pain.
He could die to blue here. I think that might just be the play. If he's got some meds, he might just opt to just die to blue. It doesn't matter. They're on 100 points. May as well just not give other teams anything. He's getting shot at. He knows it's going to be very difficult to get down from that position. Obviously, X-Men, like vultures, trying to see if they can consume his corpse. North we go. And that is massive for Cerberus. 4 players alive. This could be their game. But not easy to fight from that position, though, to be fair. But also, at the same time, Devil's Advocate, I don't think any position in this kind of circle is going to be easy to fight from, except for that compound for Arctics Gaming. Everywhere else is just open fields.
Yeah. It's open field, and the circle's kind of shifted in a way where a lot of the playable spots that you could fight from are out or just on the edge, not really worth it. PLM, they got kind of a lucky feed on that previous zone. We thought they might have had to leave that compound and take up somewhere in the field, but they never had to. And you can see this is the result of that. Stuck up on the north, wanting to get something done against Cerberus. And Cerberus is getting picked off in the back. As we kind of predicted, hard spot to hold from, hard spot to fight from. And just like that, we've lost what, 3 members of Cerberus in the matter of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. On face value, you see that circle shift and you think, oh, wow, they're in the best position because of the fact they're closest to the center, but they're also going to be in everyone's sight line. Everyone's kind of looking towards inwards them, and it's so difficult to hold this spot. I will say, though, the fact they lost 3 that quickly is a little surprising. I didn't think they were going to... Yeah, I didn't think they were going to be super amazing from that spot, but to lose 3 that quickly did surprise me a little bit. Tycon's still alive and holding on, and for Cerberus, it's just been that kind of day, unfortunately, where it hasn't really worked out for them. Tomorrow, I would imagine they'll do enough to bounce back. Tycon actually just flicked off of him, has actually gone and got himself a double kill. Pain peeks over in the fields, and this is what it's going to be about, just picking up what you can find in these fields. Upchen, last up for X-Men. Pain got knocked by 6789, who will actually then go and confirm the kill onto Leo. They're not having the best of times either, though, with Kobe being eliminated by Arctics Gaming, and they are starting to pick up some of their more valuable points. And should add, we put the focus on FW Esports this game, Russell, to see if they were going to pick up the pace. Only 2 players alive, and they've only just got their first kill point. It's, again, another sort of quiet game from them.
Yeah. Not in a fantastic spot either. If you're stuck in this ditch and you have to move up to that compound, you're already in a tough spot, but that compound, just to make matters worse, is not even in the zone fully. They're going to try and get something done to Day Trade as they leave the west side of the zone and push it into the long building compound that NGE has had from multiple zones ago. And even NGE loses one on that breach. Day Trade should have been free. It needs to be clean for NGE if they want to get out of this compound unscathed, but it hasn't been. Day Trade put up a decent fight, got 1 knock. And Nuren's is going to try... Well, 2 knocks at that. And Nurens has to now try and get these flushes, but if this nade isn't perfect, he's got no more damage utility to work with. He goes down to his own... It hit the wall. It hit the wall. Oh, or something. Or maybe he cooked it. I don't know. I couldn't see it properly.
My eyes are old and wary, and I thought that went over, but I guess not.
It looked like it did.
I'm so confused. And to be fair, because we kind of did that little pan away, it was really hard to kind of follow that nade. And I guess, yeah, it's... honestly, Russell, I've been casting this game for a long time. That one has just confused me.
It could be one of those moments where on our screen he throws it over the wall, but on his screen it's entirely different and it hits the wall.
Yeah, may have.
So unfortunate though, because that
even then, if it had done that, wouldn't it just bounce? Like, wouldn't it just go past him? Like, he didn't cook it that long. I don't know.
Listen, I don't know. Okay,
I'd need to shadow play that and watch it back or something.
We need a bot to do that.
Either way, it's probably summed up the tournament, if you will, for Day Trade. 1 more game for them. I don't know if they're going to get the points required. They're not even going to be in the top 8. They're 8th right now, Russell. So you can imagine they won't be able to hold on to that position with the fact that there's going to be a whole nother 2 groups to play tomorrow night.
Yep.
Alfie Bar up with a knockdown onto Uka. Perhaps, yeah. I think they're actually leading the lobby at the moment with the amount of kills they've got going into the final 8 teams. Now 7 with NGE being expelled from the lobby. Just the 1 kill, just the 1 placement point. And there goes Rapsiak Esports though. But they also get 7 kills to go alongside it. They've been decent to watch for the lowest seed from the Vietnam series. They've certainly been putting in the work in the conversation. As Capybara and Pixel Stars have pushed up over towards this compound, the prior compound, if you will, for Arctics. And I mean, they can't be too surprised that a team eventually has pushed them. There's not really anywhere else to go. Evil Patrick staying alive, 6 kills for AAP. They've gone about that in a good fashion since we've kind of left them and now come back. Evil Patrick watching the blue, knowing that FW Esports coming out of it. Banana 1 is the last one up, and he gets caught. That's Flucky, though. It's Purple Mood who are the ones that will be the benefactors, picking up that kill. As Evil Patrick, though, turns around, he spots Danawa. Molly goes out, M4 back in the hand. And back into the vehicle, so Nan and Evil Patrick to just get away from this situation, and it's the smart play considering the blue was pushing in. If they can get to the next spot, wherever it is, safely, they'll be in a good spot.
Okay.
That knocked at the last second by Thanawa.
Purple Mood have too much control, way too much. I looked at them leaving that spot on the map, and maybe for a second I thought that they were going to find a safe haven, but Purple Mood were in the spot that they wanted to go take. That car blew up so damn quickly, and as soon as Purple Mood get rid of AAP, they have, I mean, look at it. They have the entire road ridge. They have the entire field leading up to that compound, and every other player in this game is in or around that compound. This is what I'm confident to say this is Purple Mood's game to lose.
Yep. Also, Archangel Predator from Group B, they'll get to play again tomorrow night. Still 1 more game to go after this anyway. So doing well in terms of points per game. to find themselves in that conversation for top 8. 26 so far from the 5 games played. They can go and get, say, another 6 or 7 in the last game. They'll be right in the conversation. Purple Mood, though, while they've got all of the fields under lock and key, and it's not as if it's not as if Pixel Stars can really kind of branch out of this compound. They're going to have to fight those that are actually inside hiding with them, and that's going to be obviously the 2 solos, Arctics and Fury, both with 1 player each apiece. But Capybara at the backside of the compound at least can still get some kind of vision on Purple Moon and what they're doing out in the fields.
Yeah. I need to see Purple Moon get aggressive enough here to make sure that even if it shifts towards the compound, they still have full control. That hay bale is a great spot to start for Thanawat. I kind of even want to see that position, not necessarily bolstered, but definitely backed up in one way, shape, or form. He can get looked at from the compound, as you can see with Cal, but no backup can come from the rest of Purple Moon. Carly goes down in the meantime. So now it's just Cal, the remaining rat that Pixel Stars has to deal with. And if you know Cal, you know he's probably going to get at least 1 or 2 knocks. Nice damage, actually. And more fadeaway shots from Cal onto Purple Moon. They're full committing to this, which I actually like. At this point, you can kind of imagine that if the team has to leave the compound, it might end up in a 4v4 fight. So you're going to have to surround the place and make sure that you give yourself the advantage. If Purple Moon had played way too far back in the field, it might have given Pixel Stars a chance to get this done if they were to deal with Cal cleanly. But I guess that is step 1. Deal with Cal cleanly, then we can discuss the 4v4.
Mikey can move count towards the backside. He caught one with the flash in his hand. That was RK. He got the knock. Capybara was watching vigorously, gets the response, but it leaves them vulnerable, and Purple Moon have arrived in a timely fashion to catch Pixel Stars when they're not in the most ready position to take this fight. Now down to just 2 players for Purple Moon Esport. We know they're a team that is certainly capable of this kind of performance, and this will very much put them in a position where that top 8 is going to be locked in for them. They're up to 83 points, Russell. They're on the verge of winning this game as well. They're acquiring a few more. So even though they're in Group C and they've only got 1 more game after this, they've done more than enough. They should be going in through to the final day. They're to the grand final.
Excellently played game from them. And now they just have to not give it up to the remaining 2 players. Jiafeng is way too low. The info that Jiafeng had on that backside, you were kind of hoping maybe Pixel Stars would have a backup plan rather than just get ripped apart by Purple Mood. But all they've done is sit inside the compound, and Purple Mood had all the freedom in the world to push up, stick them inside those buildings. And I mean, what can you do if you're the last remaining member of Pixel Stars?
100% agree. Thanawat has been picked up as well. It's only Jing. And he knows there's an oncoming presence of players pushing in his direction. Or can he get the first one? Yes, okay. Maybe there's an opportunity. Oh, that was sharp. And now it's on in a 1v2. Flucky needs to make sure he doesn't throw this. They're going to give the respect to Jing that he oh so rightly deserves. That was an insane turnaround with the sword-off shotgun. Full white, runs around outside of the door, landed the shot. He actually lands that shot. Oh my goodness. Purple Moon Esports, they breathe a sigh of relief as they pick up their first win of the tournament, but my goodness, did Jing give everything he had to try and clutch up there in the 1v4. That was a sensational play for Purple Moon. They have the numbers, they get the win, and they are definitely going to the grand final.
Oh, that was some Counter-Strike stuff right there. That was a sick flick shot, like almost 1 tap. These end games are giving me heart attacks, man. I'm serious. These are too high octane. You think something's going to happen, and then there's just this quick twist ending. And it's always these players who are just so quick to turn around, quick to get the kill. It's the quickest peak. It takes less than a second for these guys to get it done. I actually genuinely feel old, and it's making me feel terrible, but goddamn, that was excellent from Jing.
Old,
but
terrible,
Purple Mood win, so
washed. Lots of words.
Okay. We'll have a biff off stream. All right, take this outside. Take this outside.
I love you, Ross. Yeah, big game, of course, for Purple Mood, and said it a couple of times that they've now got themselves very much into the next stage of the tournament. They've done more than enough. They're up there in terms of conversation with X-Men, Buram from Group C in terms of points gained through their, well, I guess now 11 matches played with 1 more to go after this. So clearly a tremendous performance. Purple Moon should be more than happy. I'm kind of looking at some of their points from the A versus C lobby, Ross. They had 35. They've actually done, I guess, now the majority of their work probably tonight in this particular lobby, which says everything considering, Group B's got some absolute stacked talent. So very, very impressed with Purple Mood tonight. And hopefully for their sake, they've done more than enough to get into the grand finals. Looking at the numbers, I'd probably say they should be fine. And they've still got, guess what? One more game to go anyway. We head to a break. We come back. It will be said final game on Miramar.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but there it's on 5. If they get away with this.
Hang on, this nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in this tech-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
One game to go, and I'm in a good mood. You can say a purple mood after they got that win on Miramar. One game to go, not just for us on the stream, but obviously for those that are in Group C. This will be their last game to get enough points to try and put them into the top 8. If they can stay there, then of course grand finals would await them. They also have, unfortunately, the unfortunate pleasure of having to watch tomorrow to see if they can actually stay in the top 8. That'll be fun for them.
Yeah, it's a nervous moment when you have to wait. When your destiny is in another team's hand, it is a very nervous moment. But I mean, it's your fault. If you messed up, you messed up. So, but yeah, what a fantastic win from Purple Mood. I think I have to give them full credit. Every time, it is very simple, but every time I see a team be incredibly decisive in an endgame, I feel like I just have to give them credit. And they were incredibly decisive. And with players like Thunders, who is top fragging for Purple Mood at this current moment in time, I mean, when you surround a compound like that, you've got quality players like him, is almost nothing the team inside the compound can do.
Yeah, and I have a bit of a sour note here as well. So Purple Mood basically have disbanded Russell, but they have continued to play in this tournament on behalf of the organization. So that's just the note that I'm reading on Wikipedia. That's my source. I don't have insider knowledge. I'm not Saga. But yeah, I mean, I don't know as to how valid. Who knows? I mean, do you win the tournament? Do you disband? I don't. At that point, I don't even know. You'd have to rethink it, wouldn't you? But either way, very good for them to be able to get that win on Miramar. We'll obviously we've got one more game of Miramar to come as well, so another opportunity does away. We've had no team go back to back so far from yesterday and tonight, and so far it's been a clean sweep. 5 games, 5 different winners, which is always a nice feeling for the viewing experience. So we'll see. Maybe Purple Mood, they've got the final chance to not only be the first team to win 2 on the night, but also to win 2 in a row. And yeah, I think they've probably done enough. I don't want to sit here and say it's like 100% locked in. We don't know what tomorrow's going to bring in terms of that particular lobby setup, obviously for Group A versus B, but I think you could probably put a bit of a safe line for them in the same fashion as Battlegrounds and X-Men.
Yeah, I would assume they are set to go, but now I'm just kind of trying to remind myself of the Group C teams that only have 1 game left and that are on the cusp. So that's something obviously we're going to have to look at going into Miramar. We're going to be very laser focused on those teams on their last chance to qualify on a map that can be quite 50-50 if you get yourself caught outside the zone, but we'll have to see. There's a couple other teams, or a couple of teams actually on the cusp that could definitely have a pop-off game. In fact, probably every team in this lobby can have a pop-off game if they put their mind to it, but we're going to have to see if they actually play it themselves.
We'll indeed see whether or not. Of course, final chance for Group C teams to get in their final game. For the Group B teams, it's final game of the night, but they return tomorrow with Group A, led by some really strong teams. Of course, Deraton 5, Exo Clan to name 2 in particular. They're pretty much still in the top 8, and I don't know if they're going to get moved. Of course, there's the likes of Q Confirm, Unicorn Cyber, PMA as well, although down in just the 26 points. But yeah, I think when you kind of look at that leaderboard, you can kind of see those Group A teams now, Russ. So T5 Exo, they pretty much have to do nothing tomorrow. They won't have to do much, but Unicorn Cyber, Q Confirm, New House, and PMA are all going to be in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. The gap between T5XO and the rest of them is kind of insane. And it's nicely highlighted with every other team in the middle of them being purple, so you get a really clear vision of just how much of a gap they actually have. They're going to go up towards those 100 points, especially if they have good nights. And usually, when you're a team that's just hopping in to have a bit of fun, you know you're guaranteed, you're actually going to have a good night. You can have a really spectacular night. This is a very easterly plane path, so if you wanted to loot El Pozo or Monte or something, you're gonna have to grab a car, get on that rotate, waste a little bit of time just to get to your desired loot spot. But I would imagine all these teams have some alternate drops that they are going to take in an event like this. Is this maybe the first hot drop of the night?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you consider a hot drop, right? I think we had a couple of drop location contestants. I don't know if this is considered a hot drop. I don't know why Pixel Stars would be hot dropping Cerberus, but yeah, it could be just a case also of getting vehicle and getting away from here. And I like that we're on Pixel Stars because, of course, we had Jing pop off at the end of that last game. And we see him here obviously grab the Murado and get away from Cerberus over at Picardo, who probably would have wanted to do a little bit more at the Ridge in the last game, and unfortunately that circle shift kind of put them in the prime spotlight for all the other teams, and clearly they couldn't quite deal with that. It's been a tricky kind of night for them, having to navigate 22 points. That's fine. I know they're definitely better than that.
Yeah.
I'd be very surprised if they don't make top 8. I really would. So they will have to probably kick it up a notch going into tomorrow night. Certainly need them to put in more points than the points they've gotten tonight. But when you consider the night that they've actually had, it's been messy. They haven't quite had a lot go their way. One could easily say a little bit unlucky at times. To get the 22 points that they've actually had on face value is actually not that bad.
Yeah, no, I think it's actually really good if you're consistently scraping points together. Hold that thought. We're going to get some action. Fluky has an AK. He's just got to find a spot to get off, and he's got a couple free kills. He's on a bike too. He's going to be super fast after this car. If these guys crash, whoever's the driver right now is going to be sweating. He's trying to knock it away as well. That is perfect. That should be 3 in a matter of milliseconds. That's the perfect way to start a game, and after they won the last one too.
Yeah, fluky, flucky, whatever you want to call him, that's quite lucky. He gets himself a 3K because Pixel Star had no way to defend themselves. He walks away with 3. Purple Mood, there's 92 points. Yeah, that 90-point barrier definitely will be enough for top 8, so they are more than good. And after the win that they had on the last game of Miramar seems to be their map, and a really good way for them to kind of end the group stage on a perfect note with a win and another solid game here on Miramar. Yeah, Purple Mood feeling like they're in a good mood. It's a shame that they've disbanded.
Okay, let me live my fantasy out of Purple Mood being a solid roster going into 2024, just for this last game at least. But what a good pit maneuver. I like that. Bike just too quick and the car goes awry. That's the PUBG vehicle physics for you. Well played from Fluky, or Flucky, whatever you want to call him. Either way, kind of a similar circle on the eastern side, but not entirely, definitely a bit more north. And we get to see a bit of that kind of revitalized truck stop area, an area that was previously kind of flat, kind of boring. I think the end games were kind of excited, but if you were kind of playing in that area around phase 2, phase 3, honestly, it was kind of boring. It was very telegraphed, but not anymore. Not with truck stop, not with a lot of new terrain that you can play around, new spots for you to take. Brew currently the team taking inside truck stop at the moment. It is a low ground position though, so if you take it, you're kind of willingly giving up a lot of information, but if it's central in the circle like it is right now, then you may as well.
Yeah. 4-man bow, this will be, of course, confirmation that they can't make top 8, and that will be the case for quite a lot of teams. I actually haven't even thought about it, but we will be able to, without a doubt, the Group C teams that are not in the top 8 right now, 100% cannot obviously make it because they stopped tonight. So for 4-man bow, yeah, it's probably over for them unless they go and get like a 20-point game, and then they can kind of go into the waiting list tomorrow night. But yeah, there's a couple of other teams. I'm going to just quickly try and get that
RXC
together.
as well.
Yeah, RXC is a good one to probably consider. Day trade clearly haven't really done enough if they're going to sit on 8th on the dot from the future as well. 49 points, is that going to be enough? Probably not.
They're all around 40.
Yeah,
it's kind of insane.
So really, all of those teams, NGE down to I will say 4-man bow, because obviously the Expendables and Fury are from Group B. Yeah, they're going to occupy these locations for now, but you know your TEs and your Furies of the world will replace you. I think Armory Gaming, Unicorn as well, look pretty good. So you really need a solid game, especially, like, again, NGE. If you go and win this last game, suddenly you might actually be good enough to make top 8. So even despite what's been such a crazy tournament for them, one final chance for New Generation to maybe wind back the clock to the start of last night. FTF, Day Trade, RXC, they all need massive games as well.
Yeah, I think NGE, even though they're only 7 points ahead, they do have a very distinct advantage against the rest of the teams in Group C. If they do win it, they put themselves up into the, late high 60s, maybe even low 70s, and then you've got a solid chance, I think. But it's still going to be very dodgy. They'll still be sweating themselves as they watch tomorrow. Nordra's just gone for that cart, using those head peaks with that Dragunov, and I think he's been pretty damn successful too. Looks like the Blizzard or the Sandstorm's just passed by, at least from this angle. Maybe it's just the Dragunov scope that looks quite dusty, sandy. Yeah, it is the Dragunov scope. Either way. He's successful in his mission to destroy that car, I think.
Yeah, very successful. Oh, good shot from Nordra.
Oi, oi, oi.
Well, not quite enough to get the knock on Takobi. He'll get the first aid kit off, but that's a broken helmet, and that's another first aid kit used. And he's still going for it. These are just the kind of things that you do, though, when you've already cracked triple digits in your 11 games prior. Kind of consider the points per ratio in terms of game, basically. Sitting in that kind of almost 10 points a game, just about average, depending on what they can do in this one. I feel like they probably let the the pedal off the gas in the last one. Could be doing so here. I mean, it's also not even a matter of like, oh, we need to finish strong in the last game, like to take form or momentum, because there is that break for these teams that qual directly to the grand finals for us. Like you have the whole last chance qualifiers in between group stage and grand final. So like this game right now is just not going to really have any bearing at all on the grand final. So you can just have a bit of fun. You can shoot vehicles, do whatever you want, and basically cause a bunch of chaos for all of the other teams.
Yeah, essentially. Good opportunity to learn and practice as well. As I've said multiple times, you want to try anything? Now's the time when you're guaranteed. RXC, they're going to have a 20 kill plus win if they even want to have a chance at qualifying, I think. And from this spot, they are central, but obviously center spots can work against you as well. Everyone around you will tear themselves apart before you can get a chance to get the kill points onto them. And this is one of those spots that could come to fruition for RXC. Say they were to get 9 circle fed, I don't think they'd put themselves in a position to cleanly pull off, the maneuvers necessary to get that 20 kill win. It's a pipe dream at this point. And here's the Sandstorm as well. FW, a team we have said we want to see more from, and they haven't really showed us right now. But I mean, I mean, the last chance qualifiers is going to give us a good look at some of these teams that probably have a lot of fragging power, but can't put it together in this lobby. On paper, the last chance qualifier is going to be a weaker lobby, so we could get to see them pop off there and actually show us what their firepower is actually like, but we kind of got to get through this lobby first.
And it's true. Well, slow and steady again for Miramar. 2 games in a row. We had it to begin the last game. I think it was 3 deaths inside of the first 15 minutes. We've got a little bit longer to go until we hit that 15-minute mark, but we've had the 3 deaths, but those 3 deaths were all in one hit. So it hasn't even been a spread for those particular kills. They try.
Might not be quite making it or quite qualified at the moment. When we've been spectating them, I can tell they're trying. They're actively trying to employ the playstyle that they want to. Cerberus especially, I think you look back at their VODs, you can tell they're at least trying. When they died last game, in an instant they lost 3 people. That was them trying. Maybe it wasn't smart or it wasn't, entirely viable, but at least they were trying to get something done. They weren't just submitting themselves to sitting at Road Ridge and just losing player after player slowly and getting ripped apart. They're actually trying. Same with Day Trade and same with NGE as well, who's struggling too. I can tell they're trying to play some sort of style. It's just not working. They're losing players early. I guess that's probably the constant throughout all these teams is losing players early, not having a chance in these late games.
Yeah. I mean, but, you say, oh, you don't want to lose players early, but sometimes it's the case of someone scouting out of position, gets a bit unlucky, or you get aggressive, you think you make the right play, and then, you just get kind of caught. And I think that's probably been the case for Cerberus tonight. Yeah, it is same result. Where I say with the Kar 98, only the 2X, so not really getting the best of vision. We are into phase 2. It hasn't really changed much, to be honest. Over towards Impala again on the south side, truck stop on the north side. Most teams are, again, already situated kind of where they want to be. I feel like Miramar, out of all the maps, is like this, by the way, where you get into your positions phase 1 and phase 2, unless it's like this kind of ultra hard shift, everyone's usually already in good positions anyway. It's like the only map. Tago and Vikendi, I think, have got probably the best case where you can be situated phase 1 nicely, but then phase 2, 90% of the time, you're going to see movement. You're going to be seeing a lot of teams rotating. Here, nothing. Yeah. I'm looking at teams that are in vehicles, and the only one I can actually see is like Fury and maybe Pixel Styles. That's it. Purple Mood, north of Al Azhar. So like 3 teams are at this side of the circle rotating.
Yeah, there's so much to play. Not only do you have verticality, which means teams can play quite close to each other, one above, one below, but you've also got... The terrain in Miramar is so dense. It's quite insane how many ridges are actually playable on Miramar. You can make a lot work on Miramar, and so going into a phase 2, yeah, you're going to have something to play unless you're caught out or stopped from coming into a certain edge by a certain team camping your position. Either way, there's so much for you to play, so yeah, not really any excuses for you to lose too many, unless, of course, you don't have a gun and you can't defend yourself, and Fluky's got an AK.
12.5 minutes in, final game of the night. Hopefully everyone's been enjoying the Asia Super Cup. Certainly been a lot of fun. These teams have been giving it their all. As for Jing, well, he gave absolutely his all in that last game to try and clutch up against Purple Mood. Now just a solo, though, for Pixel Stars, while the rest of his team will get the rest of the night off. So unfortunate for him that he kind of has to play hero once again, 2 games in a row. Looking at kind of the Group B versus C leaderboard coming into this particular game, Russell, I've had it update. Purple Mood have led the lobby 54 points. 48 for X-Men, 44 for Bururam. Stark contrast to T5 and EXO, who picked up 70 and 66. But speaking of Purple Mood, they've got themselves a nice little double, courtesy of Thanawa, with Fury being completely blindsided. And their night is going to end rather early. Not quite been the best of nights for Fury. They had a decent start to the night. They couldn't quite finish off in a super strong fashion, especially if you kind of compare to your EXOs and your T5s who've played the same amount of games, almost doubling Fury's points. They'll be in the mix tomorrow night, but certainly not tonight. Purple Mood are looking to actually close out as the lobby leaders of Group B versus C, as they can actually close in on Bururam.
Yeah, very close. Salute is Thunders, but FW is here. He's going to take a couple pot shots, and he'll hit that with that Mark 12. Escalesia goes down. Maybe now is the time for Luke to activate, although he's still so exposed to all of the Purple Mood members. If he wants to leave that shack, they are lasered in on his position. So no chance for Luke, I don't think. Now that I'm looking at it properly, Escalesia will probably get rezzed. And maybe this is a chance for us to see what FW can do, because they're in a decent spot. Not many teams behind them that they have to worry about. It's just Bururam, but they're sat in the center of the circle, not moving. So FW on this hillside, we could see some good team fighting here.
Yeah. I was actually just going to give a massive shout out to Insight, who apparently the roster itself hasn't disbanded. It's more just leaving the organization. They've signed to a new org. So thank you very much, Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Which is good news, because they've been playing really well, obviously, and I think they've gotten really better as the tournament has progressed. We saw that yesterday they were good without probably being super amazing. Whereas, like, they finished 6th in that lobby, 35 points, and they've absolutely done better tonight. So massive, I wouldn't even say turnaround. They've just gotten better as the tournament has gone on. They look really good. Obviously, a team that has that experience. They were able to participate at PGC. Almost made it out of the losers bracket. I think missed out by 1 point.
1 point.
Obviously, very, very solid organization. Very solid team. And 55 seconds until phase 4. Okay. NGE, they need the points. Only 12 so far tonight. And that's a wonderful night for Tanvu to kick things off. Ban immediately on the left-hand side. Tanvu knowing there's a player already over there. There goes Fury, last place for them, and certainly not the end of the night that they would have liked. Danawa, eyes over towards FW Esport. Another team that, by the way, has had a shocking night tonight. 15 points for one of the top teams from Thailand. They've been largely invisible. Flocky down, 3 kills for him, but Purple Mood very close to cracking triple digits.
Want to see Raze lighting up the kill feed, but hasn't done it. Has not done it yet. They're in a bit of a bowl here, stuck, but I don't think this is going to be the case for long. This zone is going to pop, and Purple Mood most likely is going to have to leave their spot and relinquish control of FW Esports, which might give them another chance to show us what they're made of finally at the last game of the night. We'll have to see. Purple Mood do indeed have to move. Whether they choose to fight towards AAP inside that warehouse compound is entirely up to them. But back to this NGE fight, and just as NGE's luck was maybe lifting up when they take this fight, they've now got a team on their backside in FTF. So NGE like most games tonight, is going to get ripped apart, although this time it looks like it's going to be quite quick. Fap goes down, Hakai goes down as well. TE isn't getting out of this scot-free though either. They've tried to leave this compound, back off from this fight. Maybe they realized that there was too much for them to deal with. But as soon as they leave, Pixel Stars and Arctics are on their backside, and TE have lost a couple members for it.
Yeah, done well to kind of just at least regroup here, Purple Mood. Yeah, not the best of positions. Blue kind of pushing in 15 seconds, and they're very close to it, but they can regroup, rotate, get out of here, and they've got all 4 players alive as well, intact. So done well. Archangel Predator still firing off some shots, but they don't really have the vision. And that northern shift as well has also helped out for PLM, so they don't have to go too far. They can just sort of circumnavigate this situation and even play the compound if they can really force their way in. You can see it's not really a super far run. Couple smokes, land a headshot or two, and that's exactly what Flucky's just gone and done. Talk about a rapid shot with the SLR. Now the smokes can go in. Util followed by the crash. Thunders though, he can't make it work. That's Flucky though helping out with a knockdown onto Evil Patrick, who was playing the front man for AAP. He got the original lock onto Thunders, who made the send in. Purple moved down to 2, and 1 has been flushed by Alec. Flucky's still holding the high ground. Alec to fall. He got over aggressive. Algebot's his position is certainly known. A fight that AAP probably should never really be losing. 2 players down. Purple Mood still 2 players up. It's a pretty even fight, all things considered. But here come FW Esport and Armory Gaming.
Finally, maybe this is the chance. FW, never has there been more of a golden opportunity. I don't know what Alec was doing. I suppose he assumed that Purple Mood had all fully committed to that compound, but that wasn't the case. He ran out into the complete open. Never been a more free kill for the players up high for Purple Mood. FW, I don't want to see you slow this down and be indecisive. I don't want to see you mess this up. Get these kills. You know you can get them, but I suppose don't push in. Don't fully commit. So maybe I like what they're doing instead. Purple Mood's still up high, and they know that. And they know that they have to wait until Purple Mood move their way down or move their way away. And right now, I suppose they're in a fantastic spot regardless. They've got the low ground on AAP too. So FW setting themselves up for a fantastic, successful team fight here. There might not even be a team fight. It could just result in AAP getting ripped apart as they leave that warehouse. But finally, maybe we get to see what FW can do.
Battle as well between Cerberus and Arctics as Poochill's pushing on the south side with the rest of Day Trade. No one really close by to these guys at all. There goes Hung Fong Du, and for New Generation, they are out, and they are probably out of grand finals, at least for now. They'll have to probably go down to that losers bracket. Not a guarantee, 56 points, and the highest amount as of current, although I think FTF have definitely got a chance of overtaking them from the Group C teams that are not in the top 3. So certainly no guarantees, Ross, but I mean, they will not be happy with the way things finished for NGE. And there goes Cerberus, completely wiped out from the future. We didn't get to see any of that one, unfortunately, but massive for FTF. As I just mentioned, them being able to overtake NGE, they do exactly that. So that's probably a cast of blessing for them, and up into 6th. And a chance to capitalize here in this final game to put themselves in a good position where they will be watching tomorrow night and seeing whether or not they can kind of hold on and maintain a top 8 placing.
I think they'll be able to do that. I had a quick look towards the map stream, and it looked like Cerberus was just pincered by 2 different teams, X-Men being one of them, Arctics being another, and FTF obviously getting involved in the mix. FTF, look, if they can get past all this chaos, the team to the south in Day Trade and X-Men as well, and they can avoid Rapture Esports inside the saloon, then FTF have setting themselves up for a fantastic game. With the help of Day Trade onto X-Men, it's going to make it easier for FTF as well. They have the balls to play, but they have to leave them. They're not inside zone. They've got to push towards Day Trade. And look, Day Trade haven't looked super hot, but this is a spot where Day Trade can absolutely take out FTF as soon as they leave those balls.
And we saw Purple Mood get eliminated there, but 96 points, that'll be good enough for the grand finals. Man, confirms another kill point, and that's X-Men eliminated too, 92 points. They too, like Purple Mood, will be heading off into the grand finals. Burram's still alive, 4 players up, southeast side of the zone, and they're in a good position to maybe do something in this game, but they don't really need to do anything. From the future, though, they're the ones to kind of keep an eye on. And I also argue Day Trade as well, Ross, if they have a big pop-off game, could still keep their hopes alive of going directly to the grand finals. Algen Bots, his elimination, not ideal for AAP. Picked up a couple of points this game, but maybe not enough. Still got tomorrow night. Nice little seat swap from Delta Mix. Kept him alive, and the seat swap shot back from Man. Even cleaner, even nicer for From the Future, but he eventually gets knocked down by Bao LP. Flash helps out. He actually gets the trade, helping out FTF. Spin, jump, and dance. But KDR can't make it past Stanahan. RXC, they can go up a couple of points, but they're outside of the top 8, and they are not playing tomorrow night. from the future up to 60 points into the final 7 teams. They've just got to hold on, get a little bit more, but they can't beat 6, 7, 8, 9, and that's the end of Delta Mix. Even though they got 10 kills, 1 player left standing, and that's Tede.
Yeah. I think no matter what, for RXC, they win this fight. Yeah, you're right. They still have no chance. Although FTF did way more damage to these guys than I thought they would do. They sent it through. It looked like Kobe had a free, maybe even double kill, but he just lost his way on that first car driving by, lost info on the second car. Man was able to take him out. And that really spelled disaster for RXC. You would think they'd be able to hold that down. Not this time round. FTF, too much pressure from them. This is Brew extending out. Look how much freedom Brew are going to be able to have. FW, look, I wanted to see them do something, anything, have a successful team fight, but this time round, I don't think that's going to be the case. They are stuck on that north side, out of zone. Brew's extending up to them. Armory Gaming's on their left side as well, 4-man up, by the way. And it doesn't look like FW have much terrain to play around. It's looking like total disaster for FW right now.
Just the knockdown by Flash, Day Trade, picking up some handy points here late. Final game of the night, final opportunity for them. Shifting up now past NGE, who are already out of really any kind of position that they might be able to hold on for grand finals because they're sitting in 8th place. It's very, very much impossible now that they'll be going directly to the grand finals. It'll be most likely last chance calls for them. Day Trade, though, if they win this game, Russell, I will give them a sneaky chance that they could still hold on to, say, an 8th or 7th place by the end of tomorrow night. I wouldn't say it's a given, but it'll be a possibility, and that's all you can ask for. And Flash is doing it single-handedly. All 7 kills, and he spots FW Esports. Raze, you're standing still out in the open on a map of Miramar. You will get punished for that, and rightfully so. 8 from 8 now for Flash, and just like that, slowly making their way up the leaderboard. And 9 from 9, courtesy of Shanks. And Poochels, he makes it 2 as well for his own. It's 11 overall for Day Trade, and it's a very much last hurrah of them trying to climb up that leaderboard and get themselves a spot in the grand final.
Unbelievable. Flash pulling all the weight right now. The rest of Day Trade in his bag. Only one other member on the team with kills. FW, they're actually putting up a fight. I thought it was over for them on that northern side there, but they are putting a decent effort into surviving here. Just surviving, truly. And now it's Armory Gaming to take on Day Trade. This has to be clean. Day Trade have the high ground bridge. Armory Gaming have only 2 members alive. There's no way that Day Trade should lose this. Pooches is being very conservative, as he should be. And as soon as one goes down to 6 sacks in the background, that's when Day Trade make the push. That's when they put themselves up to 12 kills. And oh man, they could be doing it.
Yeah, they very well could. They're in a position now and almost into the top 2. And there they are now. 2 teams remain. Day Trade and Bureau Ram. It's like we've just winded back the clock to 2022, 2023. Yeah. Day Trade, they need the points far more than Bureau Ram. In fact, Bureau Ram don't need the points at all. So it's just a matter of how much do they really want to fight this. 65 points for Day Trade at the moment. You go and wipe Bureau Ram, get the win, and suddenly you are watching the stream tomorrow intensely to see whether or not you qualify, because they will be in a very good position. It won't be any kind of guarantee, Ross, but they will be in a position that by the end of tomorrow night, it could be neck and neck, and they could still make their way through into the grand final.
Yeah, put themselves up into that mid-70 mark, and that looks pretty damn good to me. Still be nervous though, definitely. And yeah, this isn't 2021 Buriram, but maybe 2024 Buriram with Khan is even better than 2021 Buriram. I guess we're going to have to see lots of international events to get through. But what a 4v4 to end off the night. Buriram solidly with all the positioning. What a spread they have. All the way north, all the way south, and 2 in the middle. You cannot ask for something more perfect. And they have a little bit of decent terrain to work with as well. Not to say that Day Trade aren't going to be able to make this push happen, but Canaxi is the one to stop. I think probably their best play. If Day Trade want to make this happen, they have to go south a bit. Take that high ground to the south towards where Canaxi is. And if they can take away Canaxi's position, then maybe they can move up to Edie. And then from Edie, it's just more north. And then Day Trade have a solid chance at winning the game. They've got a couple more steps to make first. And one of the bosses they're going to have to get through is Khan.
Yeah, all 4 kills plus the win would put them up to 73 points, as they've already got the 6 points applied for second. So 73. Would that be enough? It will be very much on that kind of precipice where it'll come down to arguably the last 2 games of the night, I think, is where it would take. Poochel stands up. Edie playing off, trying to find some sound. Obviously, the smoke blocking the vision. Obviously, both teams just trying to play the ridgeline. One thing Daytrade's done well is actually rotate down to the south side, and I thought Buram had massive zone control, but they have kind of allowed Daytrade to infiltrate down to the back. Canaxi, support player, he hasn't even noticed that they're right at the doorstep of his location. He is about to get swarmed in a 3v1. He won a big 3v1 yesterday. He can't do it here. Probably surprised that Belmont was even that close. He spots Flash. He calls out that they're all here, but I think Ken and Edie know that there's at least one over in their location as well, so they might feel like they could try and double pinch Poochills over at the crate, but they move away.
Oh, this is backstab potential. That one kill on Canaxi destroys absolutely everything. I said that was their one winning condition, or probably their best win con, and they made that work. Can is active now. Can was prone before with Edie, the front man. No longer. Can's active. He's made sound, and Pooches has activated now too. It's only damage. There's no actual knock. This is a 2v1 that Brew can take to maybe bring this back into their favor. And they take it successfully. It was Edie just to win the 1v1. Pooches goes down. Now we're back into a 3v3.
Do they go off this though? Can taken down to basically 1 HP, but it's also a long distance to run. What a big nade from Nurens. That's huge as he was trying to heal. Nurens is able to just put him down. 3 versus 2. Once again, numbers with Daytrade, but Edie will even it up. Now to a 2 versus 2 between Pyram and Daytrade. This feels like a classical match. Two old juggernauts of the Thai region. And Theraton 5, where he's sitting back, watching him, saying they're the best at the moment. Daytrade, nice shot, Nordra led it. The headshot finishes it off. Pyram, they might not be the kings at the moment, but they still act as if they are with a 6-kill win, and right now the kings of this potential lobby at the top by the end of their 12 matches. Daytrade, yeah, they had the kills and the damage, but Buram, they got the win.
Buram was sat in that compound they just left for so long, but you have to give credit to them for that endgame. It wasn't easy. Daytrade looks like they had it. Imagine if they had committed to that southern play. Canaxi, he had one job. He messed up that one job. It was hard to actually, commit that one job. It's not an easy spot, the spot that Canaxi was in, but they made that happen. It was, they wrapped back all the way north. I don't know if that was the play. I don't know what they had in mind. Either way, it was chaos. It was entertaining, but Brew looked like they were in control the whole time. And I think Edie got like 3 of those last kills, so props to him.
Yeah, really good work from Buram, because for the majority of that fight, I felt they were on the back foot. They didn't quite always have the numbers. As soon as that 3v1 against Canaxi was successful, I honestly thought that was it. I thought Daytrade were going to go in and win that game. But it really does show the strength of Buram. They've been one of the best teams in, obviously, Thailand for a very, very long time. They've been in those situations plenty of times, Russ, and they do so this time, again, successfully. 6-kill win. Yeah, nothing too crazy. But again, going into this game, going into even really the last game before it, they didn't have really much to really fight for. They're already going to qualify for the grand finals. But hey, an extra win, which is really nice. For Daytrade, is that going to be enough? And I tell you what, by the end of tomorrow night, if they miss out by just a couple of points, there's your difference maker. Although you could argue getting 1 point from your first 4 games is a bigger difference maker.
Yeah, that's probably what they're going to be thinking about. And it's probably what we should think about too. 1 point in 4 games that's a disaster on all fronts. But yeah, Buram, look, I said in that game that it's not 2021 Buram, the Buram that shocked the world with their aggression at PGC, but maybe this is kind of them coming back into that. Maybe with Can, maybe with a little bit of practice. This is a good event to start the year, to be fair. It's fantastic for practice. If you want to warm up into 2024, this is a fantastic way to do it. And so maybe once we get to those PGS qualifiers, we could start to see Buram go back to that form that they were in 2021.
Yeah, my thinking is as well, because they had the most wins in the PUBG Thailand series at the back end of last year. You add in Can, who I think gives them that firepower along with Nordra. They already play kind of like that edge sweep game. So if you're a team that gets a lot of wins, but now you've also added that extra firepower and you can start to do damage and get kills, you become that juggernaut once again, as they've been previously years gone by. So I think they're very much shaping up that the time of Buram might once again be coming upon us. We'll see what happens. Of course, all they've done is now just qualify for the grand finals.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I think they've been, thoroughly impactful. Not only that, but also Theraton 5 still outperformed back on night 1 last night and have every chance and mathematically probably likely to actually overtake them. I think they're only like 30 points or so behind them with the fact they've still got 6 games to play. We'll go to the leaderboard, by the way, and have a look at how things stand. It's now been 12 games played for Group C. They are done and dusted. So Buram Purple Mood, X-Men, I would say should all have done enough. For Day Trade in 5th, 66 points. They'll be watching tomorrow night to see if they can hold on to a top 8 position from the Future and NGE, rounding out the top 8 from Group C. For ExoClan and for T5, the fact they're already still in the top 8, their only competition is actually going to be those from Group B, Russell, which will be the Expendables and Armor Gaming below them. I would say those two are going to be more than comfortable, which for me then, in my mind, means we've probably already got 5 out of 8 teams, which guess what? I did say at the start of the night, maybe 3 to 4 from B. It's probably going to shape up to be that way, depending on what happens by tomorrow night. So again, a reminder, Group C, they're done. We will not see them tomorrow night. Their points are locked in. For Group A and B, they'll play again tomorrow night. There's so much to dissect here. I mean, even the fact on the other side of that leaderboard, FW Esports, a little bit disappointing, Russ. And even Fury kind of ended the night in not the best of fashion. Cerberus, rough night for them too.
Yeah, there's a lot on that right side of the leaderboard that we could talk about. But at the end of the day, I think everyone on that right side of the leaderboard that didn't really have their night, Fury, Cerberus, FW, tomorrow is a new day. And I think if you're a PUBG team, you know how to bounce back from a terrible day 1 into a good day 2. You know what to change. You know what went wrong. It's pretty telegraphed at this point. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we see them change some things up just to make sure that they can qualify into day 2.
For RXE and 4-Man Bow, they will be going 100% to the last chance quals. They're not in the top 8. For now, we'll go to the top 5 kill leaders from tonight, which I imagine is going to be a lot of Purple Mood and Boomerang. Indeed, it's Edie, 28 kills. I think he got probably the majority of those. So this is actually the entire group stage, which probably then means it'll be predominantly those from the C group, if you will, Russ, which is the reason why we've got a lot of Purple Mood, Boomerang, and X-Men. What's surprising to me then is Flash, 20 kills.
I was gonna say.
Guess what? I think he got half of those in that last game of the night.
Yeah, I think you're dead on. To see him up here though, even the previous 10 kills before that last game, he's putting in work, and I guess the rest of Day Trade just can't put it together. Imagine what he can do if Day Trade were good fundamentally. What kind of kill numbers would Flash be on right now?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that obviously for Flash and for Day Trade, if they had just started a little bit better on the particular tournament last night, I think they would have been more than comfortably locked in for top 8. But those first 4 games are going to haunt them more so. This is the thing. Tomorrow night, if they miss out on top 8 by just a couple of points, don't even worry about what happened just then on Miramar against Boomerang. That's not the issue. It's the way that the first 4 games they got the 1 point. But tremendous there from Flash to even end up on 20 kills really speaks volumes to one of the best players in the region, isn't it? So clearly a top 5 kill group that's been led by those in Group C. It'll look a lot different though by the end of tomorrow night, which going into tomorrow night, Russell, you look at probably some of the teams, especially those from Group A, they get to come back into it. They're a top 5. ExoClan going to be looking really strong. Curious to see the likes of Unicorn Cyber as well, who are going to be on that precipice. Can they get the job done? And then those from Group B that probably didn't have the best of night. Not going to lie, expected a little bit more from such a stellar group, but they get another opportunity tomorrow, Russ.
They do, and well, I guess tomorrow is the final night, so that'll be the final leaderboard, and then I think we can start making some. I guess I don't want to form narratives in the first tournament of the year, but we get a taste of what these teams are going to do, and maybe we can form. We can start the foundations of a narrative. Maybe we can write down a little bit of notes, and then if they follow it up in the second tournament of the year, then we can start to set expectations. But no expectations will be set right now, I don't think. I think this is just us getting a little bit of an entree for 2024. Yeah,
it's very exciting. Hope everyone's been enjoying the Asia Super Cup here for 2024. We've got another group to go through tomorrow night. It's been obviously a long night last night, then into tonight. Group A, they've had the night off. They're going to be well rested. They get to come in tomorrow night and take on Group B. That will then conclude the group stage. So top 8 to be determined tomorrow night. Hopefully we can see everyone there once again. See you there. We started off with an absolute banger, had probably the most competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off an emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's 1. That's 2 there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza. It's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. Onto Axel driving by, but he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better. For Irrelevant. Great spotted. Top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock on the Savvy. Does he get a second? He does! Onto the Bam Bam!